Chapter 1743. On the way to great metropolis, people would appear from time to time. Everyone seemed to be in a hurry, as if they were hurrying somewhere. Faster, we have to go faster. A black warship was traveling at breakneck speed. The atmosphere within the warship was rather tense. It was a warship belonging to a major sect, one of the 8 major sects, the Bliss Palace. The person in charge was a silver-haired old man. He had a deathly aura around him, and his eyes were half closed. No one in the warship dared to look at the old man directly. "Elder, we're already going as fast as we can. We can't go any faster. The warship won't be able to take it," the old man reported with his head lowered. The old man's eyelids twitched. He suddenly took out a jade talisman and set up a formation. The people outside did not know what was going on. They only saw the elder's expression change very quickly. It did not last long, and the old man removed the formation. How could this be? The old man mumbled to himself. A gust of divine power wrapped around the warship, and it turned into a beam of light. Its speed suddenly increased. The people in the warship did not understand why the elder would personally drive the warship. Did something big happen? "Elder, what happened?" a confidant asked softly. He was very curious as well. They were going to bring Empyrean god Scarlet Flame out. As such, the sect had arranged for a veteran Empyrean god Yuanhong. That inconspicuous Tion is very capable. He did something big and made a name for himself. The sect's elder told us to buy a ruler's weapon from Tion at all costs. We can't fall behind the other sects. Empyrean god Yuanhong did not hide anything from his confidant. Are the items in the auction really that good? This confidant was also a ruler and one of the 9 stars. He was in charge of daily affairs, and he had heard about auctions in faraway places. Empyrean god Yuanhong could not figure it out himself. According to the news from the sect, the auction that Tion supported had all perfect quality items. They were known to be undefeatable weapons of the same grade, suppressing the weapons and armors of the crafting sect. The 8 major sects were getting restless. They had secretly contacted Tion, trying to buy a ruler's weapon. The Bliss Palace had lost an Empyrean god, and it was one of the 10 Empyrean gods at that. As such, they held quite a grudge against Tion. As such, they sent out Empyrean god Elder Yuanhong with the intention of teaming up with the other 3 Empyrean gods to bring the Empyrean god out at the lowest cost. Now that the news about the auction had spread, the Bliss Palace immediately took it seriously. Heavenly god Yuanhong had no choice but to use his divine power to propel the warship to the great metropolis realm as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the other 3 factions had also received the news, and they were all astonished. Tion's influence expanded so quickly? They quickly understood that if the weapons and armor were really so good that they could suppress the weapon refining sect, then from now on, who would dare to look down on Tion? They would want nothing more than to curry favor with him. This was not a good thing for them. No wonder the sect had told him to hurry to the great metropolis heaven. After cursing and swearing for a while, they each took action. They didn't want to be left behind, so they had to get him out no matter what. In another place, in a place where there were gusts of cold wind, the group of people moved quickly. Their faces were filled with exhaustion as they searched the surroundings from time to time. "Bastard, why are there so many ferocious beasts in this place?" The 3rd young Master Feng found a place and breathed a sigh of relief. He resented Tion even more when he thought about what happened. He looked at his tattered armor and wanted to cry, but no tears came out. "When I get out, I'll destroy your great metropolis realm." The 3rd young Master Feng ran into a lot of trouble ever since he came to this place. He was hunted down by ferocious beasts, and most of his subordinates were killed. There were only 5 people left with him at the moment, and all of them were injured. They finally arrived at a safe place after much difficulty. The 3rd young Master Feng took out a jade talisman right away, getting ready to inform the Chamber of Commerce to deal with that brat Tion and vent his anger. Third young master, where are you? The Jade Talisman sent him a message before he could contact them. The third young master Feng had been busy killing ferocious beasts for the past few days, so he had no time at all. They didn't know what happened, but there were countless ferocious beasts around, and killing them gave them a headache. I was put in a dangerous situation by that damn Tion. The third young master Feng wanted to tell his father about his suffering, but a familiar roar came from the other side of the phone. Look at what you've done. I didn't ask you to go to the auction. Where did you go? You still have the cheek to say this. The third young master Feng couldn't help but be afraid of his father. He wasn't afraid of others, but he was afraid of his father. Father, that Tion doesn't know what's good for him. Immediately send people to destroy the great metropolis realm. It's best if you capture Tion alive. The third young master Feng said with a murderous look. I want to deal with that brat personally. Bastard, who asked you to deal with Tion? If not for you, our World Commerce Chamber wouldn't have become a joke. I'll deal with you when you come back. The Jade Talisman cut off the connection. The third young master Feng was scolded badly, and he was at a loss at the same time. What the hell? What happened? The third young master Feng would never have thought that his stubbornness would cause him to lose an opportunity. Thinking of his furious father, he pondered how to explain when he returned. In the hall of the Invincible Palace, they had always been suspicious of Tion's words. Through private information, they knew that Tion was fine. But since he said so, they couldn't ask him what he was busy with. Lin Fei knew from the information he had gathered that the people in charge of the Wind and Cloud Commerce Chamber and Hell and Heaven were in charge. Both Tianyang and Huang Chuan were wily old foxes. It's fine, it's fine. We just arrived, Tianyang and Huang Chuan said at the same time. As businessmen, they wouldn't get angry over this. They were particular about making money with harmony. Seeing Tion's young appearance, the two of them were shocked. This person was really too young. But this young man had personally killed several heavenly gods. You can't judge a book by its cover. No one would believe that such a person was walking around if they didn't see it with their own eyes. Even heavenly gods were easily killed by him. Heavenly God Luoxian felt uncomfortable seeing Tion again. But he still had to smile. It was very uncomfortable. Tion, we meet again. Lin Fei smiled. I didn't expect you to come. I'm really surprised. If it wasn't for the ruler weapon and battlesuit, do you think I would come? Heavenly God Luoxian cursed in his heart. Tion hadn't reached the heavenly god realm yet, but his combat strength was already several levels higher than him. Vent my anger? How? Why did the sect give me such a mission? Are they torturing me? Taoist Tion, you're a famous person now. I knew that someone like you would definitely soar to the sky. Heavenly God Luoxian said seriously. Chapter 1744. P.S. Sorry, I was dragged out by someone to force me to drink last night. I'm so drunk that I can't even write. Thank you everyone for your monthly votes. Xiaoku will cover her face and run away. Lin Fei felt great. Of course, no one would take Empyrean deity Luoxian's words seriously. Whoever believed him would be the greatest fool in the world. Lin Fei knew better than anyone that such a person would definitely kill him if he had the chance. The more displeased the other party was, the happier Lin Fei was. So what if you're unhappy? You still have to endure it. You're flattering me. I'm just lucky. I'm not that great. Lin Fei said modestly. Heavenly God Luoxian felt even more uncomfortable, and he cursed Tion several dozen times in his heart. He wanted nothing more than to leave this place right away, but he had no choice but to endure it for now when he thought of the mission he had to complete. At the very least, this was not a good time to offend Tion. Didn't they see that the representatives of the Wind and Cloud Merchant Associations and the Heaven and Hell Merchant Associations wanted to pay a visit to Tion? What an honor this was! Even their righteous sect might not be able to put on such airs to make two peak-tier merchant associations take the initiative to pay a visit. He could only endure it for now. Heavenly deity Tian Yang interjected. Fellow Taoist D. Tian, you are too humble. Right now, in the entire territory, who doesn't know of your capabilities? You killed 6 heavenly deities in succession. The title of number 1 among the younger generation is definitely yours. These words infuriated Luo Xiantian. Empyrean god Luo Xian had always viewed himself as the number 1 expert of the younger generation. Later on, a character like Di Tian appeared and did something earth-shattering. Di Tian surpassed him, and the gap between them grew wider and wider. Slaying a god? Empyrean god Luo Xian could do it, but he couldn't do it as cleanly as Di Tian. This was the difference between them. Empyrean god Arakawa laughed as well. Amongst the younger generation, you are the most qualified, fellow Taoist. If a disciple of my conglomerate was even half as strong as you, I would be overjoyed. This is pushing me to the heart of the struggle. Lin Fei did not take these false reputations seriously. No matter how great a false reputation was, if he did not have the ability, he was just a paper tiger. People could easily defeat him. Since they said so, Lin Fei would not refuse. Number 1 among the younger generation? He was indeed qualified to be one. The two of you think too highly of me. Lin Fei said unhurriedly, however, because of your words, I will use tea in place of wine to toast everyone. Tian Yang and Arakawa nodded to themselves. This Di Tian was indeed courageous. The top ranker of the younger generation, this position wasn't something anyone would dare to sit on. If one didn't have the courage and spirit, they wouldn't even dare to accept it. Although Di Tian didn't say anything, how could the two of them not understand the tone of his voice? Their understanding of Di Tian was limited to the information they had gathered from their investigations. Now that they personally saw Di Tian, the two of them could tell how extraordinary he was. At the very least, he was someone with great resolution. No wonder he dared to kill a heavenly deity, and was even a heavenly deity from a major sect. Empyrean god Luo Xian was extremely jealous. Even he didn't dare to admit that he was the number 1 of the younger generation. The territory was so big, and there were countless experts of the younger generation. This position was like being the number 1 in the world. Whoever did it would be unlucky. Di Tian is really shameless. He even dares to wear such a hat. As long as I spread the news, although no one will come looking for trouble with you now, when those fellows come out, let's see how you're going to become the number 1 of the younger generation. Empyrean god Luo Xian didn't dare to fight Di Tian recklessly. The 6 heavenly deities had been slaughtered. They weren't immortal sovereigns, immortal kings, or rulers. They were all genuine heavenly deities. They couldn't do anything to Di Tian, but Empyrean god Luo Xian could at least disgust Di Tian a little. Aren't you arrogant? Let's see how long you can be arrogant for. Empyrean god Luo Xian's mood inexplicably improved when he thought of this. I'm afraid the 3 of you didn't come to visit just to have some tea. If you have anything to say, just say it. I'm the most straightforward person. Lin Fei put down his cup and said this. Tian Yang and Arakawa didn't plan on getting to the main topic so quickly. This Di Tian was too straightforward. They were caught off guard. But then again, they liked to discuss things with people who were straightforward. Our wind and cloud commerce would like to make a deal with you. Tian Yang was the first to speak. It's about the weapons and battle robes that you handed over to the Heavenly Fate Tower for auction. When Lin Fei provided the weapons and battle robes to the Heavenly Fate Tower, he didn't ask them to keep it a secret at all. The same goes for the Heavenly Fate Tower. As long as you're willing, the price is not a problem. The wind and cloud commerce can afford it. Empyrean god Arakawa added. The two of them were determined to get it. Lin Fei frowned and put on a troubled expression. You two, you're a step too late. Tian Yang and Arakawa's hearts thumped. Did someone beat them to it? This wasn't what they wanted to see. Is there nothing else? The two of them asked anxiously. The two of them knew very well what a sovereign weapon that surpassed the weapon refining sect would mean in the future. Invincible weapons would become the mainstream in the future territories. In the future, everyone would be proud to own an invincible weapon or battle robe, and those who didn't would do everything in their power to get their hands on one, unwilling to fall behind others. Lin Fei said with a troubled expression, "The two of you came to visit me with great sincerity, but these weapons and battle robes aren't as easy to obtain as cabbages. They require time to refine, so I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I can only apologize. If I have something good, I'll definitely contact you too." The two of them really did want to obtain a large number of weapons and battle robes from Tian. After listening to Lin Fei's words, the two of them understood that these things weren't that easy to obtain. These perfect quality weapons would definitely require time to refine. It was no wonder that Tian would say such a thing. Tian was a pretty good person. The two of them had a much better impression of Tian. Not only was this guy straightforward, but he was also very honest. If they knew that Tian had a large number of weapons and battle robes, they probably wouldn't have thought this way. That's a pity. Empyrean god Tian Yang shook his head. I wanted to buy a few for my clansmen. Empyrean god Arakawa had a similar expression. He didn't doubt Tian's words at all. Good things weren't as easy to obtain as cabbages. The two of them realized one thing from Lin Fei's words. Tian had an expert backing him. These sovereign weapons and battle robes hadn't been refined by Tian, but by the person behind him. To be able to refine weapons and battle robes of such quality meant that the person behind him was definitely not weak. On the contrary, he was extremely powerful. They had never heard of such a person before. It was as if he had suddenly appeared out of nowhere and trampled over the weapon refining sect. As long as Tian was around, the weapon refining sect would never be able to rise again. Chapter 1745. Tian Yang and Huang Chuan sat in the Invincible Palace for a while before leaving. God Luoxian did the same, but he didn't get anything. He had always been arrogant and was always embarrassed to be defeated by Tian. This time, he only listened and rarely spoke. After coming out, Heavenly God Luoxian bade farewell to the two of them and left. Tian Yang and Huang Chuan didn't think much of it. They thought that God Luoxian was embarrassed. What happened on the sacred mountain seemed secretive, but it wasn't. It wasn't difficult to find out. The two didn't care too much. After they came out, the two of them also left to digest the information they had received so that they could judge Tian better. For the time being, Tian was still very useful to their merchant associations. Once they returned to their respective senfu, they set up an array and sent the news back to ask for the merchant association's opinion. This wasn't a small matter. Come. After they left, Lin Fei summoned someone. In an hour, go find Tian Yang of the Wind and Cloud Trade Association. Tell him I want to see him. Invite him over. Oh right, don't let anyone find out. It's best to find a stranger to inform him. The man nodded repeatedly and retreated. Lin Fei poured himself a cup of fragrant tea. He took his time to drink. The Wind and Hell Heaven Merchant Associations are really generous. It would be a pity if they didn't make good use of it. Lin Fei squinted. I'm going to rope them in. Lin Fei was very clear about his current situation. If they passed, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. If they didn't leave, Lin Fei didn't mind roping them in. When the time came, they would come out to support him. As long as he passed this stage and obtained enough God sparks, no matter how many came, it wouldn't matter. Tian Yang returned to Senfu and sent the news back. Although they didn't get anything done, Tian Yang was still very satisfied. At least Tian had a good impression of them. Thinking of Third Young Master Feng, Tian Yang couldn't help but laugh. If Third Young Master Feng knew this result, he would probably regret it even more. If the merchant associations could cooperate with Tian on a deeper level, the Wind and Cloud Trade Association could trample on the World Trade Association. Tianyang did not intend to go back so early. Just as Tianyang was thinking about this, one of his subordinates came in and said that someone wanted to see him. He said that it was an extremely important matter. Tianyang was also a man of action, so he asked his subordinates to bring the person in. "Tell me, what's so important?" Tianyang did not ask who the other party was. He asked with a smile on his face, giving off a friendly feeling. "I'm here on the orders of the palace master." Tianyang didn't pay much attention to it at first, but with his quick thinking, he quickly realized who the palace lord was. In order to confirm it, he asked, "Who is your palace lord?" "My palace master is Tian." The person who came said. "Bring him down and reward him with 500,000 holy stone." Tianyang's lips curled up into a smile. He thought to himself, Huang Chuan, you're going to lose to me this time." Once again, he exited the invincible palace. Tianyang was in a good mood. Tian sure knows how to get things done. It's clear that it's not easy to talk to people in front of me, so he sent someone to inform me in private. Although there aren't many things, it can increase the strength of some people in the Chamber of Commerce. On the way back to Senfu, Tianyang was still in a good mood. On this trip, he first obtained Tian's guarantee that he could buy a batch of rulers' weapons and battle robes. For the time being, there were no low-grade divine weapons, which made Tianyang happy for a long time. As long as he brought these things back, Tianyang knew very well that his influence in the Chamber of Commerce would increase by a lot. With such a good thing, who wouldn't want to prepare it for their own clansmen? It was a good thing that was invincible at the same rank. Not only could Tianyang prepare it for his own clansmen, he could also use it as a favor. With a certain understanding of what kind of person Tian was, he knew that this guy was a typical hard rock. Using force to threaten him would not work, which also made it impossible for everyone to buy weapons and battle robes from Tian. Fortunately, I didn't go back early. Otherwise, I would have missed an opportunity. Tianyang was elated, and prepared to wait here until he got his hands on the things. These things were too important. If he didn't bring them back personally, Tianyang wouldn't be at ease. After all, in the past few days, there had been news that someone had been ambushed by an expert on his way back and had stolen the invincible weapon that he had bought at the auction. Among them, there was no lack of half-step heavenly god experts. There were even some unaffiliated heavenly gods who joined forces and secretly attacked the major forces, resulting in countless deaths and injuries. From this, it was sufficient to prove that the temptation of the invincible weapon was irresistible, which was why they took the risk and had to get their hands on the invincible weapon. Tianyang didn't dare to let anyone send it back, because he couldn't afford to lose it. Just as Tianyang was quietly feeling pleased, thinking that he was the only person he was cooperating with, Huang Chuan also walked out of the invincible palace excitedly, returning to his residence in Senfu. What a tactful Tian! This trip wasn't in vain. I finally got my hands on the invincible weapon and the invincible battle robe. With these treasures, I can explain myself when I return. Huang Chuan was very satisfied. The Hell-Heaven Chamber of Commerce was very big. The 3 top chambers of commerce had unimaginable resources. It wasn't like they didn't have any blacksmiths and grandmasters, but they really didn't have the invincible weapon. Besides buying a portion of it back, the other reason was to get the blacksmiths of the chamber to decipher the refining method. If they could get the method, the Hell-Heaven Chamber of Commerce would rise to become the largest chamber of commerce, monopolizing the weapons and battle robes business, and would no longer need to cooperate with the weapon refining sect. I wonder what Tianyang's expression will be when he finds out? Huang Chuan really wanted to know. It would be very interesting to think about it. Huang Chuan wouldn't tell Tianyang about this now. As long as they continued to cooperate, Huang Chuan believed that he would get the auction rights sooner or later. At that time, the influence of the Hell-Heaven Chamber of Commerce would undoubtedly rise to another level. At that time, the Hell-Heaven Chamber of Commerce would be the largest of the 3 top chambers of commerce. Thinking of this, Huang Chuan was in a good mood. That night, he drank a few bottles of good wine alone. As for why Tian would be interested in the Hell-Heaven Chamber of Commerce, Huang Chuan didn't think too much about it. The 3 top chambers of commerce had almost the same amount of influence. It didn't make much difference who they chose. Inside the Invincible Palace, Lin Fei was also in a very good mood. Whether it was Tian Yang or Huang Chuan, Lin Fei's reply was the same. Thinking of how they were guarding against each other, it was hilarious. "Master, you're really too bad." Little Devil flew down from Lin Fei's side and landed on his shoulder, a naughty smile on his face. "My part is broken. I didn't ask them to do anything." Lin Fei shrugged his shoulders. Chapter 1746. P.S. The previous chapter should be 1699. Sorry. The influence of the auction was still brewing. The experts who were rushing to this nameless place had already spread the news of the invincible weapons of the same level. No one could stop the news from spreading. The great metropolis world started to enter the sights of some people. It was no longer nameless. The Tianyun Tower also started to gain fame. No one could ignore its auction ability. Its influence was also increasing rapidly. The second auction was also announced for half a year later. This news made the Tianyun Tower famous once again. The most famous wasn't the Tianyun Tower, but Tian of the Invincible Palace. No matter who mentioned this name, they would be stunned. After that, it was unknown who it was, but a piece of news swiftly circulated around. There were people who said that Tian was the top ranker of the younger generation, and the rumors were indeed true. For example, he killed 6 heavenly gods. Who in the young generation could do that? Even among the 10 young masters of the past, there were now 10 heavenly gods. Several of them had already fallen. The difference between them wasn't small. There was even news that back then, on the Divine Mountain, Tian had been attacked by a powerful figure. He had luckily survived. This was undoubtedly more in line with the demeanor of the number 1 of the young generation. Tian had the title of number 1 of the young generation. Whether they were convinced or not, this title quietly landed on Tian's head. For the time being, no one of the young generation dared to clash with Tian. 6 heavenly gods had been killed. It wasn't as simple as it sounded. At least for now, no one dared to go. The Invincible Palace didn't deny it either. The title of number 1 of the young generation landed on Tian's head just like that. What followed was all sorts of rumors, all aimed at Tian. Some said that Tian was seeking his own death. Even young Master Luo Xian, who was the leader of the 10 young masters, didn't dare to call himself number 1 of the young generation. What did Tian do to deserve to be called number 1? Soon, people would definitely come knocking on his door. Many people in the great metropolis world were completely excited. There was a good show to watch. Originally, the people of the great metropolis world didn't doubt this news. They thought that Tian had the strength to be the number 1 of the young generation. Everyone cheered. In the great metropolis world, Tian single-handedly turned everything around. Now that he was in the limelight, it was also because of him. No one doubted Tian's ability. Everyone felt that Tian's position was solid, and there was nothing fake about it. This kind of momentum was also getting more and more intense. What a joke, what a great joke. How can someone like Tian be the number 1 genius of the younger generation? Near the Tianyun Tower, inside a senfu. When Zhao Ji heard the news outside, he couldn't help but mock. What qualifications does he have to be the number 1 of the younger generation? Why doesn't he take a look at himself first? Does he really think that he can soar to the sky just because of an auction? Zhao Ji did not leave. None of the people from the crafting sect left. Ever since the day of the auction, the crafting sect had been dealt a heavy blow. The weapons and armors made by the crafting sect had also begun to be affected. People began to doubt their quality. This was something the crafting school did not wish to see. In the past, the crafting sect's weapons and battle armor had been one of the best in the weaves market. Their supply had never been able to meet the demand, and countless people had been eyeing them. But now, the Tianyun Pavilion's auction had affected the crafting sect. After returning that day, they stayed in Senfu. When the news spread, the crafting sect was in an uproar. They did not believe that a remote place would have weapons and battle armor that could compete with the crafting sect. If it wasn't for the fact that the person who spread the news had a lot of weight in the crafting sect, perhaps the higher-ups of the crafting sect would have thought that it was a joke and not taken it seriously. After the higher-ups of the crafting sect were alarmed, the vice-sect leader personally led a team to the great metropolis world. This group of people was waiting for the higher-ups to arrive. The people in Senfu were already used to it. It would be abnormal if Zhao Ji did not come a few times a day. He was very envious. The number one genius of the younger generation. No one could refuse such a title, no matter who it was. In Zhao Ji's opinion, Di Tian was just SOSO. As for the rumor that he had killed the 6 heavenly gods, many people had not seen it with their own eyes. Who knew who had actually killed them? Senior brother Zhao, someone is looking for you outside. Zhao Ji stopped nagging and raised his eyebrows. Who's here? Who are you looking for? Every day in Senfu, Zhao Ji felt extremely uncomfortable. It was as if this was the great metropolis world, the territory of that damn Di Tian. He didn't say who he was. He just handed us a sign and said that we would know who he is when we see him. Zhao Ji could not be bothered to look at the sign. He thought that it was someone trying to curry favor. He waved his hand. What sign? Does he really think that he's the number one and can come as he pleases? Senior brother Zhao, I think it's better for you to take a look. The junior brother hesitated and said, handing over the sign. Zhao Ji was already angry, especially after hearing the news outside. Now that his junior brother dared to speak to him like this, he would be a laughing stock if word got out. What are you looking at? Now that the elders are all researching invincible weapons, I'm the most important here. If I say I don't want to see him, then I won't. Zhao Ji indeed had the tone to say this. The junior brother shrunk his neck. But if we reject an important guest, I'm afraid the elders. Zhao Ji glared at this junior brother. So troublesome. The sign was in Zhao Ji's hands. He glanced at it casually. Zhao Ji's heart sank and revealed a rare look of panic. Quick, hurry up and invite him in. No, it's better for me to go personally. On the sign, it was a scene of hell. Daoist Sun Luo, I'm really sorry. I didn't know you were here. In the living room of Senfu, the old man who had been researching invincible weapons was sitting in his seat and speaking apologetically to a guy in a black robe in front of him. Ever since he returned from the auction, the old man had been researching invincible weapons, trying to unravel the mystery within. It was a pity that he didn't make any progress even after a long time. He didn't intend to come out at first. When he heard Zhao Ji's message, he left the others to continue researching and came out in a hurry. This was because the black-robed man in front of him was a great partner of the weapon refining sect. He was one of the 7 overlords, the Sun Luo overlord. The weapon refining sect was famous and had worked with various forces, big and small. The 3 top trade unions were also partners, and some of them had close ties. The Sun Luo overlord was one of them. He was a powerful existence that controlled the battle fortress. The weapon refining sect didn't dare to belittle him. Chapter 1747. Flaming Overlord. An overlord that had risen to prominence in the great domain. He had carved a bloody path out of the Blood Sea and obtained a top-grade war weapon like the battle fortress. His name had spread throughout the great domain. There was no one who didn't know how terrifying the Sun Luo overlord was. He was a super expert that had advanced from the sovereign realm to the heavenly god realm. Even now, no one knew the true strength of the Sunluo overlord. Those who had fought against him had all died at his hands, and that was how he had gained his fearsome reputation. Flaming Overlord was a terrifying existence. The Azura Hell was the object that made him famous. That was why Zhao Ji was so afraid when he saw the symbol of the Azura Hell. If others knew that the Azura Hell had personally come to the great metropolis world, they would probably widen their eyes in shock. Experts like the Azura Hell rarely went out. Even if he went out, it would be to explore some dangerous places and search for all sorts of rare treasures to increase his strength. The two of them exchanged a few words. The old man invited the Overlord inside for a chat. As for what they talked about, no one knew. When the old man came out, there was a smile on his face. The Overlord put on his cloak and left as if he had never appeared. Little Zhao, don't go out for a few days. Inform me immediately when the people from the sect arrive. The old man once again entered the spatial treasure he had brought with him. When he entered, he couldn't help but think to himself, with the intervention of the Sunluo Overlord, it'll be much easier to deal with Di Tian. Since he dared to go against our crafting sect, he'll regret it sooner or later. Now, as long as the higher-ups agree, Di Tian can do whatever he wants. Zhao Ji's eyes darted around happily, and he repeatedly expressed that he wouldn't forget. When the old man disappeared, he was filled with pride. Di Tian, you're dead this time. All I can say is that you should never have grasped the art of refining an invincible weapon. The Overlord was currently in a small world outside the starry sky. Brother Sunluo, you're back. This small world was a dead planet, and it had its own limitations. At the core of the small world, there were 3 experts sitting there, their auras perfectly concealed. Even so, one could still feel that these 3 experts were extremely powerful. The aura that they unintentionally emitted was also suppressed by them. Will you feel at ease if I don't come back? Sunluo Overlord sneered at the 3 of them the moment he reached the core area. Old brother Sunluo, look at what you're saying. It's as if we don't trust you. A short, middle-aged man in the middle said with a smile. Occasionally, a light flashed in his eyes as he pulled everyone together. The Sunluo Overlord sat down. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? We've been fighting for such a long time, after all. We all know that if it weren't for the importance of this matter, it would be very difficult for us to sit together. The short middle-aged man laughed dryly, as if he had been hit on the mark. Sunluo, your temper is still the same. You've never changed. The burly man on the left had a full beard and a terrifying look in his eyes. Zhenhai, don't talk so much. If anyone heard this name, they would be surprised. To dare to call himself ocean-suppressing and speak to the Sunluo Overlord in such a manner, who else could it be other than the ocean-suppressing overlord of the 7 overlords? The short, middle-aged man was indeed the ocean-suppressing overlord, one of the 7 overlords, a giant of the territory. I was just saying casually. Who knew that old brother Sunluo would take it seriously? The ocean-suppressing overlord said indifferently. All right, everyone, stop talking. The middle-aged man on the right had a vigorous chi and blood like a burning flame. We didn't come all this way just to talk. Sunluo, don't take it seriously. He's just like that. The Sunluo Overlord glanced at the ocean-suppressing overlord. I won't take it seriously. Everyone can do whatever they want. If anyone knew that a total of 4 overlords had appeared under the starry sky, they would probably be shocked. Any single overlord was extraordinarily powerful, let alone 4 overlords appearing at the same time. No matter how big or small the forces were, they would all be shocked. Sunluo is right. There's no need to hurt our friendship over this. The vigorous middle-aged man was called the Myriad Dao Overlord. You went to the great metropolis realm. Did you sense Di Tian's presence? The 4 of them had come here for the same purpose. Their goal was to take down Di Tian. The news of the appearance of the 8th battle fortress had spread long ago. At first, they didn't care. The 3 battle fortresses had disappeared for a long time. It wasn't easy to find them. How could a mere brat control a battle fortress? But a few days ago they received news that shocked them. They didn't think that the battle fort would actually appear. Not only did they receive news about the battle fort, they also received news about the invincible weapon that could suppress the crafting school's weapon. This was definitely a big deal. The overlords rarely chose to work together. If they could take down the battle fortress, or even the invincible weapon, the benefits would be immeasurable. It would be enough for the 7 overlords to surpass the 8 sects. Now the 8 sects had greatly expanded their influence. Their territory was led by the 8 sects. The position of the 7 overlords was below that of the 8 sects. This made the 7 overlords very unhappy. They didn't have many ways to restrict the 8 sects. Their experts weren't as strong as the 8 sects either. The fact that they could last until now had a lot to do with the battle fortress. That was why today's scene happened. I've already mentioned it to the crafting sect. They're very dissatisfied with the invincible weapon and Tion. I mentioned it a bit and they said that they have their own methods. I believe that soon, they'll make trouble for Tion. We can also take the opportunity to see who's backing Tion. Overlord Sun Luo said confidently. Tion is indeed mysterious. Now, there's news that he's the number 1 of the young generation. Maybe the 8 sects purposely spread this rumor to make Tion hate them. Overlord Sun Luo sneered, but this guy's backing is mysterious. He's so young and strong. Rumor has it that he's cultivated 5 deity clones. If we can get it, even the 8 sects will have to step aside. Yeah, the 8 sects only have deity emperors as their backing. What's so great about that? Overlord Jinhai said coldly. But everyone could hear the jealousy in his tone. As long as we get the battle fortress, the deity clones technique, and the invincible weapon technique, the 8 sects will have to step aside. We'll have the capital to stand tall in the future. Chapter 1748. P.S. Read the exclusive story behind Invincible King of Upgrade and listen to more of your suggestions for the novel. Follow the official account, add friends on WeChat, add the official account, enter Kdred, and tell me secretly. When the invincible weapon was spreading like wildfire, people from the Bliss Palace, the Thousand Goblins sect, the Shention Palace, and the Holy Demon Overlord arrived at the great metropolis realm one after another. Ever since they received the news from the sect, the 4 forces rushed over without stopping, for fear of being late. It's rare for such a small place to be so lively. Tion does have some ability. It's just that he's too arrogant. He dares to imprison people from our sect. This time, we must get an explanation from him. Everyone, if you have the time, why don't you redeem him first? The 4 forces arrived almost at the same time. They did not invade the great metropolis heaven. From the information sent back by the sect's experts, they were clear about one thing. Although the great metropolis heaven didn't look like much, in fact, there was an array formation outside that was very powerful. Right now, no matter how much resentment and dissatisfaction they had towards Tion, they were not willing to rashly barge in. The sect's god was still in Tion's hands. They had to get him back first. Immediately, people from their respective warships went down to inform the Invincible Palace. They didn't act personally. In truth, they also had the thought of letting Tion personally welcome them. They wanted to destroy Tion's prestige and prove that they didn't place Tion in their eyes at all. The messenger returned quickly. They also wanted to see what Tion was capable of, daring to imprison their sect's heavenly god expert. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Not only did he not see anyone, he did not even see a shadow. The 4 powers were all enraged. This Tion was truly arrogant. They had already given him a lot of face by coming here personally, yet he still didn't come out to welcome them? Inform the Invincible Palace. They would not lower themselves to go to the Invincible Palace. 4 idiots. In the Invincible Palace. Lin Fei withdrew his divine sense and sneered. Do they really think that this is their territory? Aren't they embarrassed that I went out to welcome them? Are they preparing to show their strength? Lin Fei wasn't interested in welcoming them. Didn't he know whose territory this was? This is my territory, I have the final say. Battle number 1, go and teach them a lesson. If you're here to redeem someone, then you should have the awareness to do so. Lin Fei passed the order to battle number 1. In the absence of Lin Fei's command, battle number 1 would be the second in command. Taking me down a notch? I'll give you a show of strength first. Lin Fei understood their character very well. They thought that they were so noble that they could not wait for others to flatter them. However, this trick did not work on Lin Fei. The leaders of the 4 factions were really going to fight it out with Di Tian. A full 2 hours passed. Di Tian had yet to appear. Suddenly, a huge black object appeared outside the starry sky. Xiao xiao xiao, the black behemoth shot out beams of destructive light. The first wave alone contained more than 100 beams. Bang bang bang, no one present had expected to be attacked. The warships shook violently, and so did the immortals inside. Bastard! Di Tian is a bastard. How dare he attack us? Di Tian deserves to die. The light beam attacks were densely packed. In less than a dozen breaths' time, several of the warships brought by the 4 factions were destroyed. Fragments of the warships filled the sky and floated around. Retreat. This is the attack of the battle fortress. The warships cannot withstand it. The 4 factions hurriedly ordered their men to retreat. Their faces darkened. As they listened to their subordinates' reports, their faces darkened even more. They were the top sects of the dominions. Now that they were suddenly attacked by the enemy, they lost a few warships in the blink of an eye. How could they not be furious? This is the territory of the great metropolis realm. Unregistered warships are prohibited from entering. Violators will be killed without mercy. Battle number 1's cold voice came from the battle fortress. The light beams filled the sky, causing the 4 leaders to feel apprehensive. They kept retreating until they reached a safe place. Only then did everyone heave a sigh of relief. The battle fortress is really scary. Ordinary warships won't be able to withstand such concentrated attacks. Even if they wear battle suits, it won't help. This Di Tian is harder to deal with than we thought. Which one of you dares to look down on Di Tian now? No matter how angry the 4 Empyrean leaders were, they were powerless against the Black Battle Fortress. If the Battle Fortress kept using this kind of attack to tie them down, coupled with Di Tian's Empyrean clone, they seemed to understand why the Empyrean gods of their sex would give up on attacking and allow the enemy to put them under house arrest. In the face of death, surrender and house arrest were nothing. Empyrean god Yuanhong of the Bliss Palace could not help but frown. He was sure that this was Di Tian's doing. Who else could it be other than the arrogant Di Tian who dared to attack indiscriminately? Sir, that battle fortress's attacks are too terrifying. Our warships are already damaged to varying degrees. If the hull is hit again, our warships will be scrapped. Someone reported immediately. Mighty One Yuanhong suddenly felt powerless. This Di Tian really knew how to cause trouble. They just wanted to put on a show of strength so that Di Tian would know not to be too arrogant. But now, he had destroyed several of their warships with a single attack. These losses? They could not say it. Sir, look, someone's coming out. Mighty One Yuanhong had already decided that he would enter the Invincible Palace personally and bring them out first. Putting on a show of strength was to target Di Tian. Fortunately, they would have the upper hand in the following negotiations. Now, it seemed like it would not work. They had to think of another way. Di Tian looked young, but he had a bad temper. He knew that they were one of the 4 major factions, but he still dared to attack them personally. It was obvious that he did not take them seriously at all. Since things had come to this, the only thing they could do was to lower their heads and do things according to the other party's wishes. For example, taking the initiative to pay a visit. It's Di Tian. Empyrean god Yuanhong's expression turned solemn. Even though it was his first time seeing it, Empyrean god could tell at a glance that the one flying out was Di Tian. However, it was not Di Tian himself, but a clone, and it was at the Empyrean god realm. My apologies, everyone. I didn't know you were here personally. I thought it was some roving bandit. Recently, there have been many detestable roving bandits robbing immortals nearby. I didn't expect you to be here. If you had sent someone to inform me, none of this would have happened. Lin Fei's clone said to everyone as soon as he arrived. Do you think we're roving bandits? How dare you say that? The Empyrean gods of the four factions did not believe what Di Tian said. They had sent people to inform him twice. If he knew, he would have found out a long time ago, and he would not have waited until now. Di Tian, I am Empyrean god Yuanhong of the Bliss Palace. I want to know how my sect's mighty one is doing. I want to bring him back. Empyrean god Yuanhong did not want to waste his breath on such matters. They only had themselves to blame for this. If they had taken the initiative to pay a visit, the other party would not have attacked them with a battle fortress. So it's the renowned Bliss Palace. You guys sure are fast. Lin Fei's clone chuckled. Don't worry. Your sect's mighty one is doing fine with me, and I'm taking good care of him. Do you really think Empyrean gods are pigs? Taking good care of them? How dare you say that? Empyrean god Yuanhong held back his anger. I want to redeem my sect's mighty one. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Sure. I'm a friendly person. I'll always give those who have done wrong a chance. Here's what you want. A storage ring flew over. Lin Fei's clone grabbed it, and it landed in his hand. He scanned it with his divine sense, and confirmed that it was a divinity inside. He was delighted. The Bliss Palace sure was rich. The Bliss Palace sure is straightforward. Lin Fei took out the divinity and put it in his storage ring. When are you going to release him? Empyrean god Yuanhong felt the pinch of having to pay 3 divinities. He had to pay for the sake of the Empyrean gods no matter what. As long as Di Tian released him, it would not be too late to take it out on him. Release him in 3 days. Empyrean god Yuanhong said unhappily. Why 3 days later and not now? Lin Fei's clone said with a straight face. You really can't blame me for this. It's a few mighty ones from your sect who have nothing better to do. They said that they're going to train in isolation and come out in 3 days at the earliest. Training in isolation? Who would train at a time like this? Empyrean god Yuanhong had never seen anyone so thick-skinned, but he really could not find anything to refute. If the Empyrean gods of his sect were really training in isolation, wouldn't that be a slap to his face? I'll believe you for 3 days. If I don't see the Empyrean gods of my sect after 3 days, you'll regret what you said today. Furthermore, the divinities of the Bliss Palace aren't that easy to take. Empyrean god Yuanhong said coldly. I said 3 days, so 3 days. Lin Fei's clone said. You can stay in the great metropolis realm and wait for them to come out? There's no need for that. I'll just wait outside. Lin Fei's clone said nothing more and turned to look at the other 3 forces. What about you guys? Do you want to pay the ransom? If not, I'll be leaving. It was the first time the 3 forces had met Di Tian, but they knew that he would not be easy to deal with. Fight? They did not have the courage. Isn't it just 3 divinities? We'll pay. In order to bring back the Empyrean gods, they would at most feel the pinch of giving up 3 divinities. After all, divinities would no longer be so hard to obtain in a few days. Lin Fei of the Invincible Palace laughed heartily. As expected of the major forces, they're really willing to pay up for the ransom of the Empyrean gods. 12 divinities. I just need to refine 8 more, and my 18 Empyrean gods will be complete. When that time comes, you won't dare to say anything even if you find out. The 4 forces each gave up 3 divinities. They only asked for the ransom of the Empyrean gods. A veteran Empyrean god was still very useful. It was far more important than 3 divinities. Wasn't it just 3 days? Chapter 1749. P.S. Read the exclusive story behind the Invincible King of Upgrade and listen to your suggestions for the novel. Follow the official account, add friends on WeChat, add the official account, type KDRED, and tell me secretly. 12 God Sparks, it's really the right time. It did not matter to Lin Fei whether they came in or not. He wanted them to stay outside and not come in. Even though the situation outside looked good, Lin Fei knew better than anyone else that this good situation wouldn't last long. It would be followed by danger. Lin Fei believed that many people were plotting against him in the dark. For example, if the 4 factions obediently handed over the God Sparks, they would not let him go easily if they had the chance. The entire great metropolis world would be destroyed. Lin Fei did not want anything to happen to the world that he had worked so hard to strengthen. Therefore, Lin Fei had to increase his combat power. It was very necessary for the 18 clones to reach the heavenly god level. 3 days is enough. Lin Fei took the 12 God Sparks and entered his secret room. At the same time, he informed Heavenly God Li Shan to secretly watch the situation and inform him if anything happened. The people from the 4 factions were waiting outside in the starry sky. They were waiting for Tion to let them out. They did not dare to get close to the great metropolis world. The battle fortress was still in the starry sky. The black cannons were still a great threat to them. 3 days. They only had to wait for 3 days. In the eyes of powerhouses like them, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The 4 factions suffered a small loss. Naturally, it fell into the eyes of some people who were observant. Tian Yang of the Wind and Cloud Trade Association and Empyrean god Arakawa of the Heavenly Halls of Hell had been paying close attention. The 4 peak powers had clearly wanted to show Tion how powerful they were. In the end, Tion was able to deal with them so easily. This Tion was really someone who was good at using violence. In order to wait for the weapons and battle suits, they were not in a hurry to leave. They saw the situation outside clearly. The only thing they did not understand was why Tion had to hand over the people in 3 days. Was he going to make his clones reach the heavenly god level? How many heavenly god clones did Tion successfully cultivate? This had always been a mystery. Everyone wanted to know the exact number, but unfortunately, up until now, there had been no answer. Back then, 5 heavenly deities were already sufficient to shock everyone. If 18 heavenly deities appeared at the same time, they would definitely be able to insta-kill any heavenly deity. Nobody dared to underestimate the invincible weapons and battle robes in Tion's hands. Low-grade god artifacts were invincible among those of the same grade. Who would dare to look down on him? And when the 4 forces arrived, another group of people also quietly entered the great metropolis heaven. Compared to the swagger of the 4 factions, this group was much more low-key. A senfu near the Tianyun Tower quietly activated its restriction. A group of people quickly walked in. Zhao Ji was sitting listlessly. When he heard the noise coming from outside, he was startled and immediately ran out. Zhao Ji greets the elders. A group of people came in and took off their cloaks, revealing solemn faces. Where is the secret chamber? I know. Elder, follow me. Seeing the elders, Zhao Ji was also shocked. The aura from their bodies was so oppressive that he almost couldn't breathe. After the secret chamber's door opened, they walked in. The stone door closed again, leaving Zhao Ji to guard outside alone. Tion, you are going to be in big trouble. At the same time, in another senfu tower, someone also came in. Heavenly God Li Shan was more and more impressed by his master, Lin Fei. The 4 factions had set up a show of strength, but Tion had directly used a battle fortress and destroyed a few battleships. In the end, they didn't even react. Heavenly God Li Shan despised them. Li Shan, you are very relaxed. The person came in and appeared not far from Heavenly God Li Shan. Heavenly God Li Shan was startled. He stood up. Lord, why are you here? The person who came was wearing a black robe. He took off his cloak, revealing a murderous gaze. If you still don't come, we, the 7 overlords, will have to change our names. Change our names? Lord, are you talking about the battle fortress? Heavenly God Lishan reacted quickly. The black-cloaked person sat down. For Heavenly God Lishan to call him Lord, it was a dark overlord who controlled one of the battle fortresses. At first, I thought that it was just a rumor. After seeing it with my own eyes, I know that it is true. This Tion's luck is really not bad, and his temper is also fiery. The 4 factions rarely encounter such a situation. It is really satisfying. The Dark Overlord laughed loudly. However, this person's origin is mysterious. Coincidentally, I was going to the deity tomb, so I specially came here. Fortunately, I came, otherwise, I really wouldn't know that this bastard is plotting against Tion. Heavenly God Lishan's talent was good, thus, he was appreciated by the Dark Overlord. As time passed, he also knew some things. Lord, you are saying that the other overlords are also here? The Dark Overlord admired Heavenly God Lishan very much. Seeing that he had guessed it, he nodded and said, "You are getting smarter. Nothing can be hidden from you. Myriadao Overlord, Black Embryo Overlord, Sunluo Overlord, and Jinhai Overlord, these 4 old things are secretly outside Great Metropolis Heaven. They are preparing to have a fight between clams and cranes, and the fishermen will benefit from it." Heavenly God Lishan said in shock, "They are really brave. If they are not brave, they would not be overlords. They are the best at this kind of thing." The Dark Overlord laughed and said, "Oh right, how do you feel about Tion?" The 4 overlords were hiding in the dark. Heavenly God Lishan also became anxious. He had to inform his master of this matter as soon as possible to avoid suffering a great loss. With his understanding of Lord should also want to participate in this and get a share of the loot. This was something that Heavenly God Lishan did not want to see. Right now, he had to stop Lord from participating. Heavenly God Lishan already knew that they were increasing the battle power of their clones. If nothing unexpected happened, perhaps the 18 clones would be formed soon. Once the 18 clones were formed, no one would be able to block a sudden killing move. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Tion is very mysterious. Heavenly God Lishan's expression also became solemn. Until now, I have not been able to see through this person. I only know that this person is full of secrets, and his trump cards are endless. I dare say that if the 4 overlords want to get a share of the loot, their ending is destined to be unlucky. The Dark Overlord knew that Lishan was not a person who liked to boast, but when he heard Lishan's words, he was still very shocked. "How can you be so sure? Aren't you worried that you are wrong? The 4 overlords working together with others is not a small matter to Tion, it is a big matter." The Dark Overlord was very concerned about the things that Tion took out. Regardless of whether it was the battle fortress, the invincible battle armor, or the technique to turn clones into heavenly gods, any one of them would be good stuff if it was spread out. They were irresistible temptations. The Dark Overlord was hesitating whether he should participate or not. I rarely misjudge a person. I'll just say one thing. My lord, if you were to suddenly be surrounded by 18 Empyrean gods, and they were all wielding invincible low-grade god artifacts, would you be able to survive? The Dark Overlord was deep in thought. This question was not easy to answer. Surrounded by 18 heavenly gods, the Dark Overlord thought about it and still felt that he was not confident. The power of invincible weapons had long been spread out, and the influence was growing day by day. Those who had used invincible weapons before were not a match for them at the same realm. Many young prodigies with invincible weapons had become famous in the territories. The Dark Overlord could not block the attacks of 18 heavenly gods. Even though he wanted to refute Lishan's words and say that the outside world was talking about 18 heavenly god clones, it might not be true. Otherwise, Tion would not have sent out 5 heavenly gods to fight, but 18 heavenly gods to surround them. I know what Lord is thinking. I am afraid that the outside world is not true. Tion does not have 18 heavenly god clones, but it is better to be safe than sorry. What if he appears? The Dark Overlord's expression changed. Because of this, the Dark Overlord had to be on guard. After being famous for so long, the Dark Overlord really did not want to die one day. You are right. Tion is indeed not easy to deal with. If Tion really erupts, 1 or 2 of the Overlords will die. The Dark Overlord thought it through. Then what do you think we should do next? Heavenly God Lishan was relieved. He pondered for a moment and said, Actually, there is a way. The 4 overlords want to take advantage of us. Lord, you can help us in our time of need and get on Tion's good side. Lord, why don't you think about it? Once Tion stops the overlords' conspiracy and defeats them, the invincible palace that Tion controls will be a rising force in the territories from now on. He will have the right to speak. If we get on Tion's good side, we will have a powerful ally in the future. Lord, don't you think so? After all, Tion and the 8 major sects will not stand together. The Dark Overlord felt that he had made the right decision to come today. Yes, why did he have to join forces with the 4 overlords? If he failed and lost his life, he would definitely regret it. Helping them in their time of need was different. This would be of great help to his force. If he could kill 1 or 2 overlords, he would be able to expand his force rapidly. This was a great thing. Most importantly, Tion would not stand on the side of the 8 major sections. The era of theocracy was not far away. The Dark Overlord also had to think for himself. In the future, the 8 major sects were destined to be extremely powerful. Having such an ally might not be a bad thing. Young people were not all hot-blooded and impulsive. With Tion charging forward, it was not a bad thing. The more the Dark Overlord thought about it, the clearer his thoughts became. Rather than attacking Tion, why not choose to get on his good side? Once this thought was out, it could not be stopped. Lishan, you are right. If Tion survives this, he will be a rising force in the future. He will be able to stand on the same line as the 8 major sects and the 7 overlord. Getting on Tion's good side is a good choice. The Dark Overlord had completely thought it through. Heavenly God Lishan also heaved a sigh of relief. He did not want the Dark Overlord to die. His words were not for nothing. If his master knew about it, he would be very happy. An overlord's influence could not be underestimated. Now, his master needed influence to strengthen his force in the shortest time possible. Chapter 1750. P.S. Read the exclusive story behind Invincible King of Upgrade and listen to your suggestions for the novel. Follow the official account, add friends on WeChat, add official account, type Kdred, and tell me secretly. P.S. Sorry, I made a mistake yesterday. It should be Happy May Day. A group of people appeared in front of the Invincible Palace. Sorry, our palace lord is not here. A guard came out and said indifferently to the group of people in front of him. The Invincible Palace had become very popular these days. Countless people wanted to pay their respects, so the guards at the entrance of the palace became arrogant. They had seen all kinds of important people. Today's group of people looked very imposing, but the guards of the Invincible Palace did not care. They were full of worship for their palace lord. Not here? Are you kidding me? A young man said unhappily. Do you know who we are? If you neglect our weapon refining sect, your palace lord will not dare to say a word if we kill you. Do you believe me? The one who spoke was Zhaoji. The guard's expression changed, and he sneered. I've seen many people like you. My palace lord is not here. You don't have to pay a visit if you dare. Zhaoji was furious. You're just a small guard and you dare to talk to me like that? Are you tired of living? The guards of the Invincible Palace were not afraid at all. A few guards not far away also surrounded them. What? Are you trying to cause trouble here? Don't you know what kind of place this is? If you dare to move, there will be people coming to deal with you. Just then, a few giant dragons flew across the sky. Brother, someone is trying to cause trouble. The giant dragon in the sky glared at Zhao Ji, a cold light shooting out from its eyes. Its cold killing intent locked onto Zhao Ji's body. Brat, you want to cause trouble? Zhao Ji felt like he had fallen into an endless ice cave when the giant dragon stared at him. His whole body trembled uncontrollably. You dare. Zhao Ji's voice trembled as he faced the giant dragon's gaze. Ever since Lin Fei brought the dragon clan out, they were arranged to stay in the great metropolis world. Their daily tasks were simple, just to patrol the surroundings. Who in the great metropolis heaven didn't know how powerful dragons were? Even dragons of the same level could easily defeat experts of the same level. Their equipment was enough to make people envious. When the dragon race appeared in the great metropolis celestial realm, there was a saying that one could offend anyone but the dragon race. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Little Zhao, there's no need to say any more. Let's go. We'll visit another day. Zhao Ji glared at them. I will remember what happened today. Sooner or later, you will regret it. This group of people were naturally from the crafting school. They were here to visit Di Tian today. His goal was also very simple. He wanted to buy the refinement method from Di Tian so that he could continue to monopolize the market of weapons and battle armor. Who would have thought that Di Tian wasn't around? The crafting sect gave up on the idea of going in. These people are too full of themselves. Why don't they look at where they are? The moment they left, the invincible palace guard said. He couldn't stand these people. After the dragon race saw that everything was fine, they quickly left and continued patrolling. These things happened every day, and they didn't care. Back then, there was a ruler of the 9 stars who caused trouble. In the end, the dragon race swarmed him and killed him on the spot. Since then, no one dared to look down on the dragon race. Elder Di Tian must be in the invincible palace. He doesn't dare to see us. Zhao Ji said angrily. All right, little Zhao. We've given Di Tian a chance. Since he doesn't want to see us, perhaps he really isn't here. It doesn't matter anymore. We'll just take it that Di Tian chose another path. Now let's go see our old friend. The black-robed man who was addressed as an elder had a cold look in his eyes. The surrounding temperature dropped. Outside the starry sky, the 4 forces stayed on the warship for the time being. They didn't care about 3 days at all. If they could wait for 100 years, 3 days was nothing. At noon, a group of people came to visit. They first visited the Bliss Palace, then the other 3 forces. They didn't stay for long, and no one knew what they discussed. That evening, a piece of news spread throughout the great metropolis. Brother, did you hear? The weapons and battlesuits that the Tianyun Tower is auctioning seem to be from the weapon refining sect. No way, how is that possible? I heard about that too. It seems that the Tianyun Tower colluded with some people to ambush one of the elders of the weapon refining sect and stole their latest research. Something like that actually happened? Isn't the Tianyun Tower in trouble? I told you, other than a big sect like the weapon refining sect, which other sect can refine such a top-notch refining technique? Great, now the culprit is here. Looks like it's going to be interesting. The technique that the weapon refining sect researched has been stolen. They must take it back. As soon as the news spread, there was an uproar. Some people thought that the weapon refining sect was jealous and making something out of nothing. Other people said that the Tianyun Tower didn't have the ability to do so, and that the technique must have been stolen. Now that the culprit was here, they wanted to see what else they could say. Both sides quarreled fiercely. More people were prepared to watch a good show. Everyone knew that the Tianyun Tower's auction involved Di Tian. No matter who spread the news, it was ultimately directed at Di Tian. The Invincible Palace didn't show any reaction to this news. The Tianyun Tower branch publicly refuted the rumors, proving that the news was not true, and accused someone of shamelessly trying to ruin the reputation of the Tianyun Tower. In less than 3 days, the news spread far and wide. Some people also became restless. Interesting, really interesting, the weapon refining sect actually played this trick. In a senfu, Tianyang listened to his subordinates' report and laughed. As soon as the news spread, Tianyang knew. Such a lousy excuse. Tianyang didn't need to think to know who wrote it. Other than the weapon refining sect, who else could it be? Now they were jealous of other people's things. Lord, the weapon refining sect's elder said that he wants to see you. After a while, his subordinate came in again to report. Tianyang waved his hand. Go tell them that I'm not feeling well, so forget about the visit. After the subordinate left, Tianyang laughed coldly. Weapon refining sect, you're shooting yourself in the foot. Tianyang didn't like the weapon refining sect that monopolized weapons and battlesuit. On the contrary, he had a lot of opinions about it. Now that Tian appeared and mastered even more perfect weapons and battlesuits, he was very happy to see this situation happen. Tianyang, Huang Chuan, both of you are old foxes. The weapon refining sect's elder visited the 2 Empyrean gods of the Chamber of Commerce, but was rejected. Chiu Muxing's expression turned ugly. After leaving Vice President Huang Chuan's senfu, he cursed in his heart. You rejected my good intentions today, you'll regret it tomorrow. When the time comes, without the weapons and battle suits provided by the sect, let's see if your 2 chambers of commerce won't beg me. Chiu Muxing waved his hand. Let's go. Unable to rope in the Wind Cloud Chamber of Commerce and Hell Heaven Chamber of Commerce for the time being, Chiu Muxing was right to say that he was angry. As long as the matter was done, he had a way to deal with the 2 old foxes. Just as he returned to the temporary senfu, someone came to report the news. Elder, the people from the World Chamber of Commerce are here, they want to see you. Chiu Muxing's eyes lit up. Good, we've got another helper. Then he quickly walked in. While running around in the weapon refining sect, in the secret room, Lin Fei looked at the 18 Empyrean god clones beside him and couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, I finally have 18 Empyrean god clones. Congratulations to the deity. Congratulations to the deity. The 18 Empyrean god clones around him cupped their hands. Looking at the 18 Empyrean god clones congratulating him, Lin Fei really liked this feeling. Come, come, put on your equipment. With a wave of Lin Fei's hand, pieces of low-grade divine artifacts flew out and armed the Empyrean god clones. In addition, there were also various types of divine artifacts, all of which were worn on their bodies. If I were to release 18 Empyrean god clones in an instant, as long as they aren't Empyrean gods of a very high realm, I'm afraid they would all be chopped to death by my saber. Lin Fei muttered to himself. Thinking of such a scene, he became excited. After all the Empyrean god clones were armed, Lin Fei checked them up and down and put them away. Lin Fei then took out the extra godhoods, which were temporarily useless. He refined them all in one go, but he didn't get any experience points. After all, the souls inside were gone. Ding! Obtained a Divine King Shard. Out of several godhoods, only one would obtain a Divine King Shard. Lin Fei didn't want that either. He now had 7 Divine King Shards, which was still a distance away from 100 Divine King Shards. There's no rush. Take it slow. They came out of the secret room. The Dragon King and Yun Tianhen were both there. What's wrong? Did something happen? The Dragon King and Yun Tianhen were very satisfied with their current lives. Someone is planning to cause trouble. The Dragon King recounted everything that happened in detail, including his concerns. Master, this is probably the work of the crafting sect. Our men have also found out that they've secretly contacted the Bliss Palace, as well as the other 2 major merchant guilds. Yun Tianhen looked worried. They want to unite everyone tomorrow and catch you off guard. Should we deal with them first? Both of them knew that many Empyrean gods were watching. If Dtion was defeated, the Empyrean gods watching would make a move, and the great metropolis world would be overturned in an instant. Their worries were not without reason. They knew that Dtion was very strong. However, there was still a certain distance between him and them. Don't worry. They're just a few clowns. If they dare to come, I dare to kill them all. With a thought, Lin Fei's 18 Empyrean god clones appeared behind him. 18 Empyrean gods. Master, you're really awesome. Ha ha, they're dead meat. The two of them were indeed worried. When they saw the 18 Empyrean god clones armed to the teeth with low-grade divine artifacts, the two of them laughed. It was as if they could see someone in trouble tomorrow. They could imagine that once the 18 Empyrean god clones made a move, killing Empyrean gods would be a piece of cake. Chapter 1751. P.S. Read the exclusive story behind The Invincible King of Upgrade and listen to your suggestions for the novel. Follow the official account, add friends on WeChat, add the official account, type KDRED, and tell me in secret. A new sun rose. Another new day had arrived. However, today was not an ordinary day. It was a very important day. The four powers in the starry sky all wanted to bring their sex Empyrean gods out as soon as possible, and there were even more Empyrean gods who were watching in secret. Based on the movements of the great metropolis heaven, they had reason to believe that something would happen today. More people were looking forward to seeing what Dtion would do. The four heavenly gods had already gathered together. Even though they were fighting among themselves, they still gathered together subconsciously. This would serve as a deterrent to Dtion. Do you think Dtion will hand the person over? Heavenly God Yuan Hong of the Bliss Palace was the first to speak. His eyes were fixed on great metropolis world. Haha, of course. Dtion will definitely hand the person over, unless he's willing to wage war against our sect. Heavenly God Ing Shur San of the Thousand Goblins sect sneered. Coupled with his demonic aura, he gave off a terrifying vibe. Dtion must hand the person over. If he doesn't, he's seeking death. Heavenly God Ling Han of the Divine Heaven Palace, clad in white, held his sword with both hands, looking very arrogant. As long as we hand him over, there will be a total of 8 heavenly gods including us. I'm sure everyone has met the weapon refining sect before. I wonder what everyone thinks of him. Heavenly God Li Qi, the last disciple of the holy demonic overlord, said as he swept his gaze across the crowd. They all knew about the crafting sect's visit. They were too close to each other, so it would be difficult for them not to know. Moreover, they also knew about the movements in Great Metropolis World. The culprit was the crafting sect. That depends on the situation. Dtion is insolent. He's not even a true heavenly god yet he can easily kill heavenly gods. If he becomes an heavenly god, or if he uses all 18 clones, I'm afraid there won't be many who can suppress him. So, if there's a chance, I don't mind killing Dtion. Heavenly God Yuan Hong said straightforwardly. The fact that the Bliss Palace had managed to kill an Empyrean god meant that they had a powerful background. Empyrean God Yuan Hong had to avenge his school, and he had his own plans as well. If he could acquire the method to turn himself into an Empyrean god, he might be able to break through to a higher plane in the future. Heavenly God Yuan Hong didn't mind being straightforward. He knew very well what the other 3 clans were thinking. They were thinking the same thing as him. If they could kill Dtion, it would be a great merit, and the benefits would be unimaginable. Dtion must die. If it's possible, I don't mind fighting him once. I also want to see the strength of his celestial doppelganger. Eagle 13 said coldly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The few of them did not hide their thoughts anymore. They all wanted to deal with Dtion. Moreover, with someone leading the charge, they were at ease. Someone's coming. While they were discussing, in the starry sky, Lin Fei's figure appeared and stopped not far from them. Everyone, you must have waited for a long time. Lin Fei said with a smile as soon as he arrived. Where is he? Heavenly God Yuan Hong didn't want to listen to this nonsense. Why are you in such a hurry? My people are here, and I will definitely bring them here. I still have this bit of credibility. Lin Fei waved his hand and 4 people flew out. These 4 people were the 4 Heavenly God powerhouses that were under house arrest. Heavenly God Scarlet Flame, are you alright? Heavenly God Yuan Hong heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Heavenly God Scarlet Flame. As long as he was still alive, everything was fine. However, in the next second, he saw Heavenly God Scarlet Flame, and his expression changed. Tion, what did you do to Heavenly God Scarlet Flame? The other 3 clans heaved a sigh of relief at first, but when they heard Tion's words and saw the state of their Heavenly God powerhouses, they flew into a rage and shouted at Tion. Tion, you're shameless. You actually dug out their godheads. Tion, you're dead meat. The sect will never let you off. They had predicted that Tion would hand the people over. The only thing they didn't expect was that all the people that Tion handed over had lost their godheads, and they had completely lost their ability to fight. Lin Fei sent out a palm strike, and the 4 heavenly gods floated out and landed not far away from them. Aren't you ashamed to say that? I'm giving you face by not killing them. Otherwise, they would have died a long time ago. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and shook his head. You really don't know how to be content. Not long after they were placed under house arrest, Lin Fei took away their godhead. Lin Fei couldn't let the Heavenly God powerhouses go back. More importantly, godheads were very useful to them. Heavenly God Scarlet Flame was pushed to Heavenly God Yuan Hong's side, and he regained his freedom. His face was full of anger as he stared at Tion. Tion, you took our godheads. I'll remember this. Remember me? That's so embarrassing. It's better if you don't remember me. Lin Fei shook his head. Since you've all received them, then scram. Don't provoke me, and I'll make you stay. The 4 clans were originally very angry. A heavenly god without a godhead basically didn't have much combat power. If word got out that they had given up 3 godheads for nothing, they would be laughed at, let alone returning to the sect. They were cheated by Tion once. How could they take this lying down? But now they were very afraid of Tion. Moreover, the Heavenly God powerhouses who returned also told them not to make a move. If they made a move, they would suffer a great loss. Back then, the 5 of them were the best examples. Tion's strength was too strong. Whoosh, suddenly, figures appeared in the starry sky. In less than a moment, they surrounded Tion. This group of people moved very quickly, and they won because they caught Tion off guard. Tion, you killed the experts of our equipment refining sect in secret and stole our sect's equipment refining technique. Don't you think you have to give our equipment refining sect an explanation? Don't think that others don't know what you've done. The net of heaven has a long arm, but nothing escapes. There will come a time when someone will find out. Chiu Mushing said loudly. His voice also spread out. They were making trouble. The Heavenly God crafting sect was making trouble. Lin Fei glanced around and said unhurriedly, Your crafting sect is really generous. 4 heavenly gods and 15 half-step heavenly gods. Are you trying to force me to confess? As early as last night, Lin Fei already knew that someone was going to cause trouble. After analyzing it, the crafting sect was the biggest suspect. Now it seemed that it was true. Tion, stop quibbling. You killed our powerhouses and stole our method. Then, you passed it off as your own. You're really shameless. Unfortunately, the only thing you didn't do was to let one of them not be killed by you. He saw you kill him with his own eyes. Just nice, everyone is here. Let's be the judge, Chiu Mushing said angrily, but his eyes quickly flashed with joy. Ah, Brother Chiu, did something like this really happen in your crafting sect? Heavenly God Yuan Hong was also angry. Heavenly God Chihua, who was beside him, was also happy. The crafting sect had 4 heavenly god powerhouses. In addition to the 4 powerhouses present, they might even have other tricks up their sleeves. There might be a total of 10 Heavenly God powerhouses who were above the Heavenly God level. There was a high chance that they could take down Dtion. Brother Chiu, are you sure? How could this happen? Eagle 13 said doubtfully. If it's true, this is too vile. Chiu Mushing had already contacted them yesterday and promised them all kinds of benefits. As long as they helped, they were not afraid that they could not take down Dtion. If 5 heavenly gods were not enough, what about 10 heavenly gods? The crafting sect had put in a lot of effort this time. They had brought 4 heavenly god powerhouses and 15 half-step heavenly gods to restrain Dtion, all for the sake of obtaining the method of weapon refinement. Our weapon refining sect has never lied. Dtion thought that he was very secretive, but he neglected to mention that whenever our weapon refining sect goes out, there will always be a person following us in the dark. This is precisely because we are worried that something might happen. Chiu Mushing stared at Dtion in rage. Dtion, you don't have to quibble. Immediately, a person walked out. This person stared at Dtion and gritted his teeth. He pointed at Dtion and said, "It's you. I will never forget you for the rest of my life. You killed the powerhouses of my sect. You definitely didn't expect that I would be following you and witnessing everything." Chiu Mushing wanted a reason. Moreover, it came from the mouth of the crafting sect. If others had to choose between Dtion and the crafting sect, they would definitely choose the crafting sect. With a reason, things would be easier. As long as it was someone who saw this scene, they would basically side with the crafting sect. After all, Dtion's sudden appearance in an unfamiliar place was very suspicious of his motives. "Dtion, you still have something to say now," Chiu Mushing shouted angrily, not giving Dtion a chance to explain at all. He was secretly delighted. "Let's see what else you have to say this time." "Dtion, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. You actually did such a thing." Heavenly God Yuan Hong shook his head. "You killed the powerhouses of the crafting sect to satisfy your personal desires. Now, you took away the godheads of the powerhouses of my sect. Since I came across this matter, the Bliss Palace must avenge the crafting sect. Fellow Taoist Chiu, a person like Dtion is sinister and cunning. You can tell from the way he treated us heavenly gods. This matter was definitely done by him." Eagle 13 sneered. "I don't like this kind of person either. I support the crafting sect taking him down," Heavenly God Ling Han said expressionlessly. The 4 forces immediately hit Dtion when he was down. They wanted nothing more than to step on his head a few more times. Lin Fei laughed heartily. "Crafting sect, what a good excuse you used. You've really put in a lot of effort to forcibly put a label on me. Also, you must have paid a great price to rope in these people." Chiu Mushing said in a low voice, "Dtion, you don't have to quibble. Now, come with the crafting sect and hand over the technique you stole." Hua hua hua, the surrounding powerhouses closed the distance between them. Especially the 4 heavenly gods. Their divine senses and killing intent locked onto Dtion. The 4 heavenly gods outside also locked onto Dtion. Since they had promised the crafting sect, they would not miss this opportunity. "Dtion, you killed our ancestor and stole our technique. What else do you have to say? Come with us, the crafting sect, and hand over the technique. We'll deal with you accordingly," Dtion said coldly. Zhao Ji was furious. He was here today to act as the person who secretly followed Dtion. He was laughing in his heart. It felt great to shout at Dtion in front of him. Lin Fei suddenly narrowed his eyes. "The 8 heavenly gods really think highly of me. Unfortunately, this is not enough. What if you include us?" Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Chapter 1752. P.S. Read the exclusive story behind The Invincible King of Upgrade and listen to your suggestions for the novel. Follow the official account, WeChat, add friends, add the official account, type Kdred, and tell me secretly. A murderous intent permeated the cosmos. A total of 12 heavenly gods. Their divine senses and murderous intent locked onto Tion. This lineup was already very terrifying. In order to get their hands on the technique, the crafting sect was going all out this time. They had to take down Tion no matter what, no matter the price. Tion, you're very strong, but no matter how strong you are, you might not be able to stop the 12 of us. Chiu Mushing was already prepared. Tion was very strong. The crafting sect had a lot of connections and could find heavenly gods to help. The other 4 heavenly gods were friends of the crafting sect and happened to be in the great metropolis world. Hearing the invitation, they agreed without hesitation. It's better that you come with us. If it's really our turn to attack, it might not be a good thing for you. The 12 heavenly gods surrounded Tion. Anyone would feel pressured. Lin Fei didn't feel any pressure at all. He lightly said, "Crafting sect, you've got some tricks up your sleeve. I've seen shameless people before, but I've never seen anyone as shameless as you guys. No wonder the large sects all have no good people. I think you're right. Now that everyone is here, I can start." Lin Fei twisted his body. His joints cracked. Kill! Boom, boom, boom! The terrifying auras of the 18 heavenly gods descended from the sky. It was earth-shattering. Lin Fei was too fast. Chiu Mushing did not expect Tion to attack so quickly. He wanted to pressure Tion so that he would not dare to attack. It would be best if he surrendered without a fight. His expression changed instantly. Move! Before he could finish, 18 terrifying auras descended from the sky. One by one, they crushed their bodies. They attacked. They really attacked. And they sent 18 heavenly gods. They're going to be in trouble. Outside the cosmos, Tianyang was secretly shocked. I still underestimated Tion. They can't stop 18 heavenly gods at all. Tianyang knew about the crafting sect's lousy excuse. Therefore, he came secretly. As long as Tion was at a disadvantage, Tianyang would appear to help. Tion would definitely agree to it if Huoyu Hao used this as an excuse to take a portion of the weapons and battle robes. Businessmen pursued profits, and so did Tianyang. Tianyang knew better than anyone else that the crafting school was in for a big loss this time. Find trouble with Tion? It was the same for Arakawa in heaven and hell. When he saw the 18 heavenly gods, he was extremely shocked. This was especially the case for the weapons the heavenly deities were equipped with, as well as the divine artifacts with special attributes. They were like treasuries, making everyone's eyes go red with envy. Tycoon. Tion was definitely a tycoon. 2 lower-grade god weapons were extremely extravagant for any heavenly deity. Right now, Tion's heavenly deity doppelganger was simply way too King awesome. He couldn't be judged by the standards of ordinary people at all. Huang Chuan didn't need to think too much to know that the crafting sect was going to suffer a great loss. Right now, they had to consider whether or not they would be completely wiped out, or whether or not they would be able to survive. Since Lin Fei had already made his move, he did not intend to hold back. Slow down time. As soon as the 18 heavenly deities appeared, Lin Fei struck out with a peak-level time technique hand seal. The moment he made his move, he wanted to strike like lightning. A wave of time power rippled out from the heavenly deities' bodies. The 18 heavenly deities pounced at the nearest 4 heavenly deities. They were the heavenly deities that the crafting sect had brought with them. The lower-grade god weapons crushed their bodies. Not good, my speed has slowed down. To hell with it, what's happening? My speed. This is a time technique, we've fallen for it. Time seemed to have slowed down. The first 4 heavenly deities slowed down. The 18 heavenly deities swarmed forward, waving their swords and sabers. In an instant, the 4 heavenly deities were sliced into countless pieces. Battle armor and weapons? They were directly sliced into pieces. Once the 18 heavenly deities attacked, their combat strength was unimaginable. Instant kill. A true instant kill. The 4 heavenly deities couldn't resist in time and were instantly killed on the spot. In just a breath's time, 4 heavenly deities had fallen. The 18 heavenly deities attacked once more, aiming at the 4 heavenly deities that they had invited. In front of a peak-level time technique, they could only see their hands moving. The heavenly deities' divine weapons arrived in front of them, but they were unable to block and could only watch helplessly as they landed on their bodies. It's over. That was what they were thinking. There was no time to change the expression on their faces. Lin Fei waved his hand and put away the 8 godhoods. He stepped forward and pointed a finger at Zhao Zi's forehead. Is this how I kill people? Bang! Zhao Zi's eyes widened, and his body exploded into pieces. Since you said that I stole your weapon refining sex technique, then I'll start a massacre today. What can the weapon refining sect do to me? Not only that, I'll also visit each and every one of you. Do you really think that I, Di Tian, am easy to bully? Lin Fei came in front of Qiu Mushing, the heavenly deity saber in his hand, and slashed out. Crack! The battle armor on Qiu Mushing's body split open. You dare! Qiu Mushing was scared out of his wits. In a short moment, 8 heavenly deities had fallen. They were heavenly deities, not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry. However, in front of the ferocious heavenly deities, they were easily killed. There's nothing to be afraid of. I still want to go to your weapon refining sect. Lin Fei slashed at Qiu Mushing again, and the battle armor exploded. It was unable to withstand the 2 consecutive slashes. You asked for it. The heavenly deity saber waved, and the saber light soared into the sky, slashing at Qiu Mushing's body. A godhead fell out, and just as it was about to fly away, Lin Fei grabbed it with one hand, and the godhead landed in his hand, and he stored it in his storage ring. We're not fighting anymore. The Bliss Palace is not fighting anymore. Heavenly deity Yuan Hong could not withstand it. The battle armor and weapon on his body were already riddled with holes, and he had almost no power to resist. He could only beg for mercy. Defeated too quickly. The heavenly deities surrounded Di Tian. In heavenly deity Yuan Hong's eyes, no matter how powerful Di Tian was, he would still suffer a crushing defeat today, and he would still be able to obtain some benefits. However, in the blink of an eye, this beautiful scene was shattered. The heavenly deities were so weak in front of Lin Fei that they could not withstand a single blow, and they were killed in a few moves. Fight? How could they fight? At this moment, they finally witnessed Di Tian's true power. They could not withstand it at all. What do you mean we're not fighting anymore? I, Di Tian, am not that easy to bully. From the moment you agreed to the crafting sect, you were destined to end up like this. Kill them all, don't leave a single one alive. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back, and did not attack again. Di Tian, I'm going to kill you. If you kill me, the sect will definitely not let you off. You don't know how powerful our sect is. Di Tian, this has nothing to do with me. It's the crafting sect's doing. We really have no intention of doing anything to you, as long as you agree to let us off our sect. The 18 heavenly deities' clones crushed over again. In less than 2 breaths, including the heavenly deities that were released earlier, they were all killed one by one. Lin Fei gained another 4 godheads, and he had a total of 12 godheads in his hand. After watching the show for so long, come out now. A river of time flew out from behind Lin Fei, and it swept into the depths of the starry sky. The 18 heavenly deities' clones rushed up, and instantly forced out 4 figures. Taoist Di Tian, please wait. This is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. The 4 people who appeared were the 4 overlords, and they looked extremely disheveled at the moment. They had been here for a long time, hoping that Di Tian and the crafting sect would both suffer heavy losses, and then they would take the opportunity to attack. Di Tian would not be able to do anything then. Unfortunately, they had underestimated Di Tian. The 12 heavenly deities were killed by Di Tian's heavenly deities' clones in the blink of an eye. They saw it clearly. The heavenly deities' clones were not afraid of attacks, and as long as they got close, low-grade divine weapons would kill them. Only then did they realize how terrifying an invincible weapon was. In addition, the time theurgy made the heavenly deities unable to retaliate, and they were completely slaughtered. The four overlords' cultivation levels were not low. However, if they were to get close, their battle robes and weapons might not be able to block their opponent's attack. That was the scariest part. Once the 12 heavenly deities died, they knew that they had lost their chance, and began to consider how to deal with Dtion. Who would have thought that Dtion had already discovered them? A single river of time had blasted them out. At the same time, they fell into the river of time, and their movements slowed down. They were instantly attacked by the 18 heavenly deities' clones, and could only barely defend themselves. Boom, boom, boom! The 18 heavenly deities were all engaged in close combat. The battle robes and divine weapons of the four overlords were all damaged to varying degrees, and the onlookers' hearts were bleeding. Dtion, quickly stop, this is a misunderstanding, we are here to help. The Sunluo overlord secretly cursed the crafting sect for being useless, and squeezed out an ugly smile as he desperately tried to explain to Dtion. I am the suppressing sea overlord, I am also here to help. I hate the crafting sect the most, and I heard that you are in trouble, so I came. The suppressing sea overlord had no choice but to lower his head and ask Dtion to stop first. The myriad Daos overlord and the black embryo overlord were the same, and there was no need to mention how sullen they were. Dtion hadn't even attacked them, and they were already being attacked. They were still in the river of time and were affected everywhere. Lin Fei said in a serious tone, "Nonsense, you dare to call yourselves overlords, how shameless." The 18 heavenly deities were still attacking. Crack! The Sunluo overlord's battle robe exploded into pieces, and his face turned pale. Dao friend Dtion, we are really the 7 overlords. I am the Sunluo overlord, and they are the suppressing sea overlord, myriad Daos overlord, and suppressing sea overlord. They are all here to help. Lin Fei still shook his head. If you say you are overlords, then you are overlords. I still think that you are the accomplices of the crafting sect, and you want to sneak attack me. I will not let people like you go. Lin Fei had actually recognized them long ago. How could Lin Fei not know what the 7 overlords looked like? Since they had come to attack him, they had to pay a price. We are really overlords. If you don't believe me, you can ask someone. The myriad Daos overlord wanted to cry, and a low-grade divine armor on his body was destroyed. He hurriedly took out another one to block the attack. Lin Fei curled his lips. The overlords are all big figures. How can ordinary people know them? Why would an overlord come to a small place like this? If I don't let you guys suffer, you really think I am afraid of you? Lin Fei didn't plan to let them off so easily. Dao friend Dtion, this might really be a misunderstanding. Suddenly, 2 people flew over from afar. Li Shan, you lost last time. Is it because you are not satisfied and brought people to take revenge? Lin Fei squinted his eyes and stared at one of the 2. Chapter 1753. P.S. Read the exclusive story behind Invincible King of Upgrade and listen to your suggestions for the novel. Follow the official account. Add friends on WeChat. Add official account. Enter Kdred, and tell me secretly. It sounded pretty nice. Lin Fei already knew that the Dark Overlord had come to the great metropolis world. Because celestial god Li Shan was one of his people, he knew the moment the news spread. So it's the Dark Overlord. I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. Lin Fei said with a smile. The Dark Overlord was also shocked. He was secretly glad that he had listened to celestial god Li Shan. Otherwise, he would probably be as sullen as the Sunluo overlord and the others. For overlords, every overlord's cultivation level was not low. They were all 3-star celestial gods. But now that they were trapped in the river of time, They could not even unleash a fraction of their combat power. How could they not be sullen? Tion had not even entered the celestial god realm, but his combat power was already so terrifying. The Dark Overlord was full of admiration for him. I've also admired Overlord Tion for a long time. He's so young, but he's so much stronger than us. The Dark Overlord did not dare to put on airs. After today's battle, Tion could be called the 8th Overlord. Taoist Dark, you flatter me. I'm not qualified to be called an Overlord. Lin Fei felt very comfortable. When the Sunluo Overlord and the others saw the Dark Overlord, they secretly cursed the Dark Overlord for being so shameless. Previously, he wanted to deal with Tion. Now, he was speaking so seriously. Most importantly, he knew that they were being humiliated, but he did not speak up for them. Taoist Dark, help us explain, the Sunluo Overlord said to the Dark Overlord. If this continued, all their belongings would be destroyed. It was rare for the Dark Overlord to see them being humiliated. If not for the Sunluo Overlord, he would not have taken the initiative to speak up. He had to strike them when he could. So it's the Sunluo Overlord. What's wrong with you guys? Why are you guys fighting with Taoist Tion? Is there some misunderstanding? The Dark Overlord laughed. Lin Fei also knew that it was not easy to kill the 4 overlords for the time being. All he did was kill them while they were unprepared. The River of Time had the effect of slowing down time, suppressing their battle. That was why the 18 heavenly gods had the upper hand. Lin Fei knew very well that they were all 3-star heavenly gods, not far from the 4-star heavenly god realm. Ah, are they really the overlords? I thought he wanted to sneak attack me. Lin Fei suddenly realized. The Sunluo Hegemon and the others wanted nothing more than to kill Tion right now. Who dares to speak in such a manner? You clearly know that we are the hegemons, yet you still dare to act against us? To think that you still have the cheek to say such words. They never thought that they were the ones who wanted to attack Tion from the beginning, and not the other way around. The Darkness Overlord didn't expose him. Dao friend Tion, you are indeed mistaken. They are truly the overlords. This is the Sunluo Overlord, that is the Suppressing Sea Overlord, as well as the Myriad Daos Overlord and the Mystic Embryo Overlord. Lin Fei said, since it is a misunderstanding, let's forget about this matter. However, I want to know whether they are here to attack me or to help me. The Sunluo Hegemon gritted his teeth in his heart. To think that the other party dared to say such words. At this moment it was not a good time to continue wasting time. It is a misunderstanding. Why would we attack you? With your strength, you can become an overlord. We, the 7 overlords, would welcome you to become the 8th overlord. Seeing that the Sunluo Hegemon had said so, the Myriad Daos Hegemon followed up. We are here to help. It has been a long time since an 8th overlord appeared in our territory. They all lowered their heads. Lin Fei didn't say anything else. He withdrew the River of Time, and the 18 heavenly god clones appeared behind him. My apologies, I didn't know you were here to help. Lin Fei clasped his hands and said. The 4 overlords had awkward expressions. They clearly wanted to attack someone, but in the end, they suffered and lost several battle armors and weapons. This was really a great loss. Since you have solved the problem, we will take our leave. The Sunluo Hegemon didn't want to stay and suffer. After I return, I will spread the news. The 8th Overlord has to be known to the world. The Sunluo Hegemon bade farewell and left. The other 3 overlords also took their leave. As seniors, they indeed didn't have the face to stay after being teased by a junior. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they left. Before leaving, they said that they would spread the news. I have to congratulate you, you will be the 8th Overlord soon. The Dark Overlord congratulated him. In his heart, he was envious. Back then, he had spent a lot of effort to sit in this position. That means I will be an Overlord soon? I have never thought about this. Lin Fei really didn't want to be the eighth overlord. They suffered a loss at your hands. When they return, they will definitely spread the news and acknowledge your position. If you spread the news about what happened today, they won't be able to keep their faces. The Dark Overlord sneered. He knew better than anyone else what the four overlords were thinking. A battle that seemed to bode ill. It ended in disbelief. Not only had Lin Fei become the eighth overlord, but he had also slaughtered 12 Empyrean gods in one go. If news of this spread, the entire weave would be shocked yet again. Tian Yang and Huang Chuan, the Lu family of the Tianyun Tower, and the chief commander of the Primal Chaos City all came to congratulate him. The Invincible Palace had become a rising power in the territory. No one could stop it. That night, Lin Fei hosted a banquet to entertain them. The banquet lasted until midnight before it ended. Lin Fei wasn't drunk. Moreover, he wouldn't get drunk now. Today was a day to be happy about. After everyone left, Lin Fei met with Tian Yang and Huang Chuan in private to express his gratitude. He then told them the purpose of this trip. He wanted to know all the information about the weapon refining sect, such as the experts. Tian Yang and Huang Chuan weren't surprised at all. If the eighth overlord didn't have some domineering methods, they would be disappointed. As for Lin Fei's request, the two hesitated for a moment. Then, they sold the information about the weapon refining sect to Lin Fei. Comparing the two sets of information, there was basically nothing missing. Lin Fei had a rough understanding of the weapon refining sect's strength. Compared to the 8 major sects, the weapon refining sect was much weaker. After all, they mainly forged weapons and battlesuit. This time, the weapon refining sect bullied him and used despicable excuses to deal with him. Lin Fei wasn't going to let it go so easily. Once the 18 heavenly gods were formed, their strength increased by leaps and bounds. The strongest person in the weapon refining sect is a 5-star heavenly god. This is going to be troublesome. Looking at the information, Lin Fei wasn't afraid of the rest. Only the 5-star heavenly god was worth being wary of. Even if the weapon refining sect had a 5-star heavenly god, Lin Fei still had to make a trip to the weapon refining sect. Now, Lin Fei didn't want to swallow his anger. If the weapon refining sect dared to come, he dared to go. It was only right and proper. Midnight. Lin Fei silently left the great metropolis world. He boarded the battle fortress and hurried to the weapon refining sect. Outside the great metropolis world, there were no traces of the 4 overlords. Lin Fei was even more assured that no one would calculate that he had left the great metropolis world. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the battle fortress wasn't just a weapon of war. It was also the best treasure for movement. Every time it traveled, the distance was very long. With a large amount of energy expended, Lin Fei got closer and closer to the sacred pill weave where the weapon refining sect was located. Only the battle fortress could achieve this kind of speed. As for the others? Take it slow. 10 days later, Lin Fei arrived at the sacred pill weave. The weapon refining sect was the ruler of the sacred pill weave. The place where the weapon refining sect was located was called the Sacred Pill Land. It was home to all the alchemists in the weave. Outside the sacred pill weave, Lin Fei put away the battle fortress and looked at the weave. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. I came all the way here. I can't let my efforts go to waste. The sacred pill weave had a lot of influence. It produced battle armors, weapons, and treasures of various grades. At the same time, it formed a huge market. The merchant guilds of the various weaves would come to the sacred pill weave to purchase treasures. Recently, however, the weapon refinement immortals of the sacred pill weave had heard an unbelievable piece of news. In a remote place, someone had mastered a refinement method that could refine weapons and battle armors that were invincible in the same grade. The news spread like wildfire. It was hard not to know about it. To the immortals of the sacred pill weave, this news had an impact on them. Many had never seen it before and thought it was just a boast. If the weapon refining sect couldn't do it, How could an outsider do it? It looks like the news hasn't reached us yet. Lin Fei retracted his aura and arrived at the sacred pill land. From afar, an immortal palace appeared in Lin Fei's vision. That was the sacred pill land. According to the information, the weapon refining sect has a total of 15 heavenly gods. I killed 5 of them last time, so there are only 10 left. They're all 1 or 2 stars. The only troublesome one is that 5-star heavenly god ancestor. I heard that he's in seclusion, so I'll have plenty of time to kill them. Lin Fei, dressed in a black robe, headed straight for the sacred pill land. The sacred pill land's management wasn't strict. Add to that its reputation and the fact that the weapon refining sect had a heavenly god overseeing it, and ordinary people didn't dare to cause trouble. Lin Fei easily entered the sacred pill land. After entering a large city, Lin Fei saw many tall towers. After paying some holy stones, Lin Fei got some information. Each of these pagodas had a heavenly god overseeing them. They were their cultivation grounds. They're swaggering around like they don't want anyone to know. Lin Fei counted and found that there were more than 15 towers. On the contrary, there were 50 to 60 of them, and some of them were for half-step heavenly gods. With that, Lin Fei was relieved. Wenlai was a half-step heavenly god. He was also a weapon refining master, and his status in the weapon refining sect wasn't low. He usually lived in the weapon refining tower. Not only could this tower increase the success rate of weapon refining, but it was also an offensive weapon. It could also be used with the rest of the weapon refining tower to build a terrifying formation. Master, you've been gone for so long. Why aren't you back yet? Wenlai lay on a chair and enjoyed the massage of the maids. He thought about his master, who had gone to the great metropolis world. Boom! Suddenly, a force pressed down on Wenlai, and he felt a stabbing pain in his head. A divine sense rushed in, and he became dazed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the maids next to him were also pierced through their foreheads. None of them were spared. Chapter 1754. Entering the weapon refining sect, Lin Fei did not act recklessly. As long as he killed the heavenly god powerhouse of the weapon refining sect, he did not have to worry about the rest of the powerhouses. At that time, he would be able to escape faster than anyone else. Without the heavenly god guarding the sect, the weapon refining sect would be a big piece of meat in the eyes of outsiders. The first half-step heavenly god. Lin Fei easily broke into a weapon refining tower and mercilessly searched the soul of the half-step heavenly god. This soul search was really right. My luck is not bad. The person I randomly killed turned out to be Qiu Muxing's disciple. Heaven is really helping me. Wenlai was Qiu Muxing's disciple. Among the disciples, his cultivation was also relatively fast. Coupled with the support of his master, he obtained a weapon refining tower and was also quite famous in the weapon refining sect. Lin Fei easily obtained the information he wanted after killing the other party. When he came here, Lin Fei really did not think that his luck would be so good. At most, he would kill them one by one. Under a surprise attack, who could block his attack? The remaining 10 heavenly gods are all in the weapon refining sect. This is a good thing. I don't need to prepare them one by one. Lin Fei flipped through the memories and had an idea. He killed the other party with a finger and took the other party's storage ring. Not to mention, the weapon refining sect's half-step heavenly god was very rich. He had 5 storage rings on him, and each of them was filled to the brim. No wonder the weapon refining sect schemed to snatch away my cultivation method. It's really easy to monopolize a business. Lin Fei rummaged through the weapon refining tower again. There were still many things that caught his eye. He did not stand on ceremony and kept them. They would be cheap to others if he kept them. Didn't the Tianyun Tower lack treasures? These could be sold. The Pill Sacred Land was very big. Lin Fei did not care at all. He sneaked toward the weapon refining tower. The weapon refining tower with 10 heavenly gods was temporarily put aside, and killed the half-step heavenly gods first. With One Lie's memories, Lin Fei entered the weapon refining tower more easily. There was nothing else. Lin Fei had the crafting sect's entry token, so he could easily enter the crafting tower. Half-step celestial gods were nothing in Lin Fei's eyes. Every single one of them was killed by Lin Fei's godforce without any ability to resist. Lin Fei killed them one after another for about an hour. All the half-step celestial gods in the Pill Sacred Land were killed by Lin Fei. Lin Fei had collected a total of 700 storage rings. The holy stones could be piled up like a mountain, so he had received quite a lot in return. Over 100 half-step celestial deities. The crafting sect's foundation is indeed not bad. It's a pity that they're too greedy. After killing the last half-step heavenly god, Lin Fei shifted his gaze to the 10 equipment refining towers in the distance. That was the weapon refining tower of the last 10 heavenly god. Lin Fei didn't release his divine sense. He just used the system's detection and his memory to determine their location, and even whether they were there or not. Boom! The aura of a heavenly god suddenly exploded in the Pill Sacred Land. The eruption of the heavenly god's aura was like a stone thrown into a lake. Heavenly god Dushang was tasting the celestial brew. This was one of his favorite things. Someone is causing trouble. The sudden aura caused heavenly god Dushang's expression to change. He put down the celestial brew and appeared in the sky above the Pill Sacred Land. He scanned with his divine sense to determine the location. Run. The Elder is here. This person is dead for sure. In a plaza in the Pill Sacred Land. Many disciples of the crafting sect were fleeing in all directions, their faces filled with shock. When they saw the Elder, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Now, it was the other party's turn to be unlucky. Sir, how dare you cause trouble in the crafting sect? How dare you? Heavenly god Dushang saw a black-robed man covered by a black robe. There were many rulers' corpses lying on the plaza. They were all dressed in the crafting sect's attire. He couldn't help but be furious. Great boundless sword chi. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, heavenly god Dushang directly waved his hand and shot out streaks of sword chi. The sword chi turned into threads and was about to severely injure the person in front of him. Anyone who dared to kill people in the crafting sect would have to pay the price. Finally, someone came out. Lin Fei flicked his finger, and his divine power turned into a long saber that knocked away the sword chi. 18 heavenly gods silently appeared in the void, and 18 low-grade divine artifacts shot toward heavenly god Dushang. Heavenly god Dushang's expression changed, and he was dismembered. One of his godheads flew out, but a hand reached down halfway, grabbed the godhead, and put it into a storage ring. The aura released also attracted the attention of the second heavenly god of the crafting sect. This heavenly god of the crafting sect was not weak either. He was already a 2-star heavenly god, and his divine power was even denser. He also came out to see what was going on. Bang bang bang. As soon as he appeared, he found that he couldn't move. In front of him were 18 heavenly gods. Their sabers and axes joined together, and they broke through his defenses. His divine body was destroyed, and only a godhead was left. Impossible, I'm a 2-star heavenly god. Another hand reached down, and the godhead was put into a storage ring. In the blink of an eye, 2 heavenly gods were killed. It didn't even take a breath of time. This was not enough for Lin Fei. He had thought that he would draw out a few heavenly gods and kill them all in one fell swoop. Now it seemed that he had to take the initiative and kill all the heavenly gods before that 5-star heavenly god came out. Lin Fei took out the heavenly god's saber and pounced at the equipment refining tower not far away. The saber light swept out like a river. The equipment refining towers in the distance shone brightly, and the whole tower was on the verge of collapse. Boom, boom, boom in the remaining equipment refining towers. The heavenly gods of the crafting sect rushed out. Seeing the damaged equipment refining tower, they were extremely angry. Someone was actually making trouble in the crafting sect. It was not that he didn't take them seriously. Lin Fei's saber attack consumed a lot of divine power, but it also forced the 8 heavenly gods out. Sir, who are you? Why are you making trouble in the crafting sect? Among the 8 heavenly deities, there was a rather old man. His face was full of anger as he pointed at Lin Fei. Sect Master, hurry up and kill that guy. He killed Do Shangtian and Huai. Sect Leader, you must avenge them. As soon as the old man came out, the disciples of the crafting sect, who were lucky enough to survive, immediately reported the situation. All the disciples of the crafting sect were angry and shocked. Their crafting sect was famous, but today they encountered something unforgettable. 2 heavenly gods were killed one after another. They only saw the corpses, and didn't even see clearly how it was done. Sect leader Shi Hengshan's expression instantly changed. He suddenly realized that the aura of the 2 heavenly gods had disappeared from the crafting sect and realized that something had happened to them. The other 8 heavenly gods were also shocked. How could 2 heavenly gods be killed in the blink of an eye? Damn it, where are those half-step heavenly gods? At this moment they noticed that apart from them, there was not a single half-step heavenly god. More than 100 half-step heavenly gods seemed to have disappeared at the same time. Under normal circumstances, they would have appeared as soon as something like this happened, instead of none of them appearing like now. Don't bother looking. I killed all the half-step heavenly gods of your crafting sect. At least, for now. Lin Fei took off his cloak, revealing a young face. Let me introduce myself. I am Di Tian, the person you want to deal with. I am here to settle the score. After today, your crafting sect will be removed from the territory. Kill. Chapter 1755. Lin Fei did not suppress his voice. Coming to the weapon refining sect, Lin Fei wanted to tell everyone in the weapon refining sect that he was here to settle scores. Remove his name? That was not a difficult thing to do. Who is Di Tian? Why don't I know him? Idiot, Di Tian is the guy with the invincible weapon. He actually came to the weapon refining sect. Didn't they say that he was very weak? Why is he so good at killing heaven gods? The most unbelievable thing is that he has 18 heaven gods with him. I really find it hard to believe. Inside the weapon refining sect, at this moment everyone was in shock. Who did not know Di Tian's name, especially the half-step heaven gods and heaven gods. It was no secret in this circle. Di Tian had the invincible weapon. Experts who reached a certain level all knew the power of the invincible weapon. In the current territory, anyone who had an invincible weapon was something worth bragging about. Everyone naturally knew who Di Tian was. They could offend anyone but Di Tian, lest they regret it in the future. Many heaven god experts came to the weapon refining sect to ask if they had such a forging method so that they could occupy a market share in the future. The appearance of the invincible weapon had a great impact on normal weapons. Even weapons made by grandmasters were not as famous as the invincible weapon. At this moment, they did not expect that Di Tian would personally attack the weapon refining sect and kill more than 100 half-step heaven gods in one go, wiping out the middle-level power of the weapon refining sect. If the weapon refining sect could kill Di Tian, then it would be fine. But if Di Tian left, the weapon refining sect would be greatly weakened. The weapon refining sect's strength would also be greatly affected, and their words would not be as forceful as before. You are Di Tian, how could you appear here? Shi Hengshan was shocked. He had arranged for the heaven gods of the sect to deal with Di Tian because he wanted to obtain the forging method of the invincible weapon. At the same time, he had also sent several heaven god experts. Together with the heaven gods who participated, it was not difficult to take down Di Tian. But now, Di Tian had slaughtered his way into the weapon refining sect and killed over 100 half-step heavenly gods. Shi Hengshan's heart was bleeding. If the weapon refining sect had to be nurtured again, Who knew how much time and resources it would take? Why can't I appear here? Your crafting school is shameless enough to use such a despicable excuse to capture me. No matter what, I have to give your crafting school a big present. Lin Fei also rushed forward. Slow down time. Divine power burned fiercely, causing time to slow down. This was the best way to kill a heavenly god. For the time being, no one could stop him. Time slowed down, enveloping them. The movements of the 8 heavenly deities all slowed down. The 18 heavenly deities charged over, their attacks blasting onto the heavenly deities' bodies. With an invincible inferior grade god artifact in hand, he could easily crush the 8 heavenly gods. No matter what kind of battle armor he wore, it was useless. The divine body was also useless. I don't want to die. A heavenly deity's battle armor shattered. Before he could put on a second set of battle armor, our inferior grade divine artifact's attack landed on his body. His divine body was riddled with cracks, and he exploded into pieces. The exploded divine artifact was also suppressed by time, unable to move at all. Shi Hengshan could not accept this scene. The heavenly deities beside him actually had no power to resist at all. They could only watch helplessly as the heavenly deities were killed, leaving behind one divine artifact after another. 8 heavenly god experts came out, and in the blink of an eye, only 3 remained. As the sect master of crafting school, Shi Hengshan had not felt the aura of death for a very, very long time. But at this moment, he felt the aura of death. This young man with average strength that he had once said had finally ruthlessly slapped him in the face, telling him what strength was. It's true, everything is true. Shi Hengshan knew that Tian had heavenly god clones. That was only 5. After calculating, he thought that his chances were very high. But how could he have known that Tian had a total of 18 clones? What was even more frightening was that the treasures on him were armed to the teeth, and the weapons were invincible weapons. They were invincible in the same realm. They were unimaginably frightening. Arming one heavenly god clone was still alright, but arming a total of 18 heavenly god clones was the most frightening. Just as Shi Hengshan's thoughts were in a mess, the last 3 heavenly gods beside him were also killed. He was left alone, and the 18 clones pressed down. Shi Hengshan's realm was not low, and he blocked a portion of the time deceleration. But his movements were still very slow. Even with his peak 3-star heavenly god strength, he could not easily break free. Tian, don't even think of killing me. Shi Hengshan still had some trump cards. He opened his mouth and spat out a blue pearl. A blue sky screen appeared around him, blocking the attacks of the heavenly god clones. Friends of crafting school, if anyone can injure Tian, our crafting school is willing to offer a low-quality god artifact, a low-quality god armor as a reward, and a top-notch mystical ability. Also, our sect's old ancestor expert is about to break through, so taking down Tian will not be a problem. Once the blue pearl appeared, it blocked the first wave of attacks. Shi Hengshan was still unable to move, and with a flash of inspiration, he had an idea. The onlookers were naturally heavenly god experts. Crafting school had a wide network of connections, and they knew many experts. They had even more cooperative relationships. Normally, the Pill Sacred Land would have many heavenly gods. At this moment, in order to block Tian, Shi Hengshan used the reward. Sect Master Shi, I'll help you. Tian, a junior, dares to attack crafting school. He's too arrogant. This person should be killed. I'll help too. It had to be said that Shi Hengshan's words were very influential. The heavenly gods who were on good terms with crafting school were all half-step heavenly gods. They all wanted to fish in troubled waters, especially when they heard that the old ancestor of crafting school was about to appear. All they needed to do was stall Tian. In less than a moment, 13 heavenly gods, plus 50 to 60 half-step heavenly gods, attacked one after another. Tian, I can't help but admire your guts. You're the first person who dares to attack our crafting school alone. However, you'll regret coming to crafting school to kill people later. Shi Hengshan tried hard to calm himself down. Lin Fei said indifferently. That might not be the case. The battle fortress appeared with an invincible might and stopped in the sky. Cannons appeared one after another, and hundreds of light beams shot towards them indiscriminately. Bang bang bang, the weaker half-step heavenly gods were blasted into pieces on the spot. Rebirth of flesh and blood? Undying body? Forget it. Just the first wave of attacks was enough to stop those heavenly gods. They had no choice but to wear battle robes and activate defensive treasures. Their movement speed was also greatly suppressed. It seems like your people are useless. Lin Fei had already considered this when he came. If you're not afraid of death, then come at me. You can also contribute to me. The 18 heavenly gods continued to attack the Blue Pearl. Shi Hengshan's heart sank. Battle Fortress, no wonder you came so quickly. It seems like this sect master still underestimated you. Chapter 1757. The sky above the weapon refining sect was completely suppressed. The light beam attacks that filled the sky were like a meteor shower, continuously attacking, bombarding the group of heavenly god experts to the point where they were unable to help Shi Hengshan, the sect master. Too terrifying! Tion's battle strength is unimaginable. The true number one of the younger generation. Weapon refining sect is in trouble this time. That's not for sure. Don't forget, the weapon refining sect still has a 5-star heavenly god forefather. If that forefather appears, Tion will be in trouble. The spectators below had long since avoided the danger zone. Large swathes of the weapon refining sect's buildings were destroyed. There were burnt ruins everywhere, including the unfortunate weapon refining sect disciples. At this time, the weapon refining sect was in chaos. The disciples fled in all directions. Ruler? They all tactfully fled. None of the people present had ever seen someone who was this powerful on his own. Those who had doubted Tion before, even those of the younger generation, were now convinced. Whether or not Tion could remove the weapon refining sect, there was no doubt that he was the number one of the younger generation. Boom boom boom! The 18 heavenly god doppelgangers attacked faster and faster. The blue bead was covered in cracks. Explode! Lin Fei soared into the sky and punched the blue bead. Cracks continuously appeared on the bead, and fragments of the bead flew everywhere. Shi Hengshan showed rare panic. Boundless killing intent enveloped his body. The bright invincible weapon locked onto him. Even more frightening was that his body was affected again. Forefather, save me! Shi Hengshan had hoped that his treasure could last a while longer. As long as the forefather appeared, Tion would have to run. Who would have thought that he had underestimated the power of the invincible weapon? Seeing that he was about to be killed, Shi Hengshan had to ask for help. An up-and-coming talent. Shi Hengshan finally realized how terrifying Tion was. An old heavenly god like him had no ability to resist. Boom! In a forbidden area of the weapon refining sect, a soaring aura rose. You dare! A furious voice echoed in the sky above the weapon refining sect. The heavenly god experts in the sky all paled and spat out blood, revealing expressions of shock. Was this the power of a 5-star celestial god? The sky above Lin Fei was also filled with dark clouds. A huge finger stretched out for thousands of miles, stabbing toward his location. Before the attack even arrived, the energy of heaven and earth was in chaos. Activate invincible defense. 5-star heavenly gods were very powerful. Lin Fei activated his invincible defense and soared into the sky, throwing a punch at the giant finger. The movements of the 18 Empyrean god clones also momentarily paused. Shi Hengshan was overjoyed. Old ancestor, hurry and kill Tion. All the Empyrean gods in the sect died at his hands. You have to take revenge for them. That single finger of his made everyone realize just how powerful this patriarch of the crafting sect was, and how invincible he was in this place. No one was optimistic that Tion would be able to withstand the attack of a 5-star heavenly god. Overestimating one's capabilities, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Boom! Lin Fei's fist slammed against the finger, but the other party sent out waves of power that shook his fist away. Waves of ocean-like power crashed into Lin Fei's body. He's not as strong as I thought. The system instantly used up a large amount of divine power and converted it into invincible point. Lin Fei exclaimed softly. He was like a boulder, not moving at all. Old thing, you're becoming more and more useless. Your attack is just tickling me. Lin Fei laughed loudly. The 18 clones that had momentarily paused recovered, and their invincible weapons slashed at Shi Hengshan. Old ancestor, Shi Hengshan's voice suddenly stopped. There was only one godhead left in the sky. Lin Fei grabbed it with a wave of his hand. The godhead was in his hand. The current sect master of the crafting sect was killed in front of everyone. Even a powerful 5-star Empyrean god couldn't shake Tion. Crazy, Tion actually blocked it. Does he have to be so heaven-defying? From now on, Tion will be my idol. Too fierce, that was the attack of a 5-star Empyrean god patriarch. There was an uproar below. Under the terrifying momentum, Lin Fei was still there. Not only that, but he also killed the sect master, Shi Hengshan, and seized the godhead. What kind of scene was this? Everyone was dumbfounded. It's over. Why did I offend a peerless expert like Tion for the bounty? Isn't this asking for my old life? If Tion doesn't die, I'll be unlucky. The Empyrean gods who were attacking earlier were all regretting now. At this moment, all of them were filled with regret. How could they have done something so foolish? This was completely different from what they had imagined. This was truly a matter of life and death. Their expressions were uncertain. Their only hope was that the crafting sect's old ancestor would display his invincible might. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. You actually killed Little Shi. This old man wants you dead. In the sky, dark clouds once again pressed down. Giant fingers attacked. Each of them contained an invincible might. At the same time, angry, shriveled faces appeared. This old ancestor's fury could be seen. These fingers were all formed from divine power. They drew upon the power of heaven and earth. With Lin Fei as the center, the surrounding area became a violent and deadly land. What's so great about shouting so loud? Lin Fei recalled the 18 Empyrean god clones. Merge. Boom boom boom. Wave after wave of terrifying aura exploded from Lin Fei's body and shot into the sky. Lin Fei's cultivation level also broke through quickly. He instantly broke through to the half-step heavenly god realm. 1-star heavenly god. 2-star heavenly god. 3-star heavenly god. The invincible aura of a 3-star heavenly god. This powerful aura was not weaker than a 5-star heavenly god. Lin Fei waved his hand. The void collapsed. The terrifying fingers fell into the black hole. Lin Fei pounced toward the crafting sect's forbidden area. The heavenly god's saber landed in his hand. Get out here! The terrifying saber radiance surged with divine power. There was only one saber radiance left in the world. This was the first time Lin Fei used his full strength after merging. Boom boom boom. The saber radiance slashed down. The earth cracked. In the depths of the crafting sect, the forbidden area was split open by the saber radiance. A huge mountain range was crushed by the saber radiance. A haggard figure flew out. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. He had a shocked expression on his face. It was the first time the old ancestor of the crafting sect showed himself in front of the crowd. However, his shriveled face did not have the majesty of an old ancestor. On the contrary, he looked extremely haggard. You! Old ancestor Shi spat out mouthfuls of blood. He had been injured by that saber attack. Don't bother with yours, just mine. Come out and die. Behind Lin Fei, the river of time flew out, sweeping toward Patriarch Stone as he attacked. Divine level saber slash. Divine power surged out. Old Ancestor Sure was furious. He coughed up blood again. Divine Dharma form. Seeing the river rushing towards him, Ancestor Sure could tell that there was something strange about it. A golden armored celestial being stepped out from behind him, wielding an ancient halberd. He slashed out with it, causing Ancestor Sure's face to turn pale. Whoosh! The river of time was cut into two halves by the heaven halberd. The river of time rolled towards Ancestor Stone again, passing through his body. Lin Fei's saber attack was also directed at the deity. Boom! The two's attacks disappeared in the air. The endless shock waves once again destroyed the crafting sect beyond recognition. Your attack is not bad. Let's do it again. Lin Fei rushed forward again. He used the divine level saber slash again. Another terrifying saber radiance slashed at the god. The god disappeared. Freeze! The deity appeared in front of Lin Fei, his halberd slashing down on Lin Fei's body. Chapter 1758. Old Ancestor Sure was more shocked than anyone else. As the pillar of the crafting sect, Old Ancestor Sure hadn't fought for a long time. His battle prowess as a 5-star heavenly god was enough to deter anyone from acting rashly. Until now. But today, Old Ancestor Sure's anger towards someone could no longer be expressed with words. Kill. He had to kill him. This was the only thought in Old Ancestor Sure's mind. After killing this kid, I can break through the 5-star realm and become a 6-star heavenly god. I can even fight against 7-star heavenly gods and 8-star heavenly god. Old Ancestor Sure was in seclusion all year round. Old Ancestor Sure knew that the crafting sect had arranged for people to rob him. He was also the one who gave the order. But now, the crafting sect was mostly destroyed. Old Ancestor Sure didn't care. The crafting sect was gone, but as long as he was there, he could rebuild it. The only thing that made Old Ancestor Sure angry was that his son was killed by the other party. That was why Old Ancestor Sure went all out. After cultivating for countless chaos years, Old Ancestor Sure only had one son left. The death of his son, Sure Hengshan, was a blood feud. The divine avatar was Old Ancestor Sure's killing move. The attack power of this move surpassed the heavenly god realm and even the divine king realm, reaching the divine venerable realm. Even if it was just a phantom, 1,000th of its power could kill the other party. In the exchange just now, Old Ancestor Sure realized that the person in front of him was very scary. He wasn't a heavenly god, but after merging, his battle prowess was no less than his own. His divine power was incomparably dense and endless, forcing Old Ancestor Sure to use his final killing move. Between heaven and earth, a terrifying aura swept across the entire territory. In front of this aura, the heavenly gods turned pale without a trace of blood. Their bodies fell down. Those who hadn't reached the heavenly god realm would be turned into a meat patty. The divine avatar swept the halberd, slashing Lin Fei's body. Boom! Lin Fei was sent flying, crashing into a building. The building collapsed, turning into ruins. My son, you can rest in peace. I've killed your enemy with my own hands. Old Ancestor Sure's face paled. Now, your father will chop off that person's head as a sacrifice to you. I will also chop off all the forces behind that person. None of them will be left alive. In order to kill the other party, Old Ancestor Sure used his killing move and consumed a large amount of divine power. This move contained a trace of the Archgod realm's might. The attack of this killing move could severely injure a 9-star heavenly god expert and kill an 8-star heavenly god expert. This was the source of Ancestor Sure's confidence. Boom! Suddenly, the ruins of the building below were pushed aside, and a figure rushed up. Deity level single slash. The terrifying blade went straight for Old Ancestor Sure. The crafting school is really something. They even have a killer move like this. No wonder they can stand tall in this territory. This strike was fast and fierce, catching Old Ancestor Sure off guard. Bang! Old Ancestor Sure was sent flying and crashed into a huge mountain. The huge mountain was shattered into pieces. Damn, luckily I have an invincible defense. Lin Fei rushed up alone. Other than the super strong battle strength of the 18 doppelgangers, his invincible defense, and his time and space techniques, Lin Fei believed that he had the ability to fight against a 5-star heavenly god. Cough, Old Ancestor Sure rushed out shakily. The divine armor on his body was cracked, but it was not obvious. He seemed to be in a state of shock. Impossible, how can you be unharmed? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. I was wondering why you were unharmed. So it was because you were wearing a mid-grade divine armor. I just don't know how long this mid-grade divine armor of yours can last. Lin Fei was the clearest about the might of that saber attack. A low-grade divine armor could be destroyed with a single strike. Only a mid-grade divine armor could block the attack. Deity level single slash. Time slow. River of time. Lin Fei also knew that a 5-star heavenly god was not easy to kill. Since he was here, he would not let him leave. He had to kill him on the spot. Another large amount of divine power was consumed. Old Ancestor Sure was completely shocked. The attack of the Reverend Law Idol was unable to kill Di Tian. The most terrifying thing was that Di Tian did not seem to be injured at all. It was an unacceptable result. Reverend Law Idol. After using it once, Old Ancestor Sure had no choice but to use it again. He did not expect to kill Di Tian. He only wanted to buy time for himself. Di Tian, don't even think about killing me. Old Ancestor Sure rushed out. He did not care about losing face. He knew better than anyone that Di Tian's strength was unimaginable. He could actually use such a powerful move continuously. The Reverend Law Idol blocked in front of Lin Fei. Old Ancestor Sure's face turned pale. He coughed out blood. After using the Reverend Law Idol twice, he had reached his limit. The weapon refining sex Old Ancestor is running away. It can't be, right? Am I seeing things? It's over, it's over. Let's leave quickly. Di Tian is too cruel. He is a 5-star heavenly god. The heavenly gods who had already fled far away were all dumbfounded. A super expert in their eyes was actually running away in front of Di Tian. This was something that had never happened in tens of thousands of years. At this moment, everyone looked at Di Tian with a deep sense of helplessness. The young elites also lowered their heads in shame. What's going on? My speed is actually affected. Old Ancestor Sure fled. His usual speed was affected at this moment. When he looked back, his Reverend Law Idol had already been destroyed by the other party. That young man charged forward. You know a time technique, and to such an extent. This old man really misjudged you. At Old Ancestor Sure's level, he knew many secrets. The time power in his body was something that even he could not get rid of. It was not something that ordinary time techniques could compare to. It was enough to cause a fatal effect on a heavenly god. Misjudging is your own business. Who asked your weapon refining sect to have such evil intentions? Lin Fei did not care about the consumption of his divine power. He waved his hand and used the deity level single slash. In one breath, he slashed out 3 times. Boom, boom. Old Ancestor Sure's movement speed was very slow. His movements also slowed down. 3 attacks landed on his body. Old Ancestor Sure was struck down from the sky and smashed into a mountain range. Taking advantage of your illness, I'll take your life. Lin Fei did not want to waste time. His divine sense locked onto the weapon refining sex 5-star heavenly god. Terrifying saber techniques slashed one after another. No matter how hard the turtle shell was, it would still be destroyed. What was a mid-grade divine armor worth? The people in the distance all obediently shut their mouth. A mountain range in the distance was completely destroyed. The tyrannical spiritual energy was also shattered by the saber light. Not a single bit was left. Every strike of the saber was shocking. Dtion's one slash could kill them. Dtion, if this old man dies, don't think that you will have an easy time. Boom! Under the mountain range, a voice of despair and anger sounded. Then, a wave of destructive aura swept out, quickly covering the entire Pill Holy Land. The mountains and buildings were turned into dust. Chapter 1759. The Self-Destruction of a 5-Star Heavenly God. All the heavenly gods present were cursing. Who had ever seen something like this? The self-destruction swept across the Pill Sacred Land. The heavenly gods who were watching were also caught in the attack. They all took out protective treasures and covered themselves with layers. But even so, more than 10 heavenly gods died on the spot. Poor unlucky bastards. Rulers and immortal sovereigns had already left the battlefield. There weren't that many who died. The entire territory was in a state of shock. All the heavenly gods appeared and looked in the direction of the Pill Sacred Land, their faces filled with shock. The self-destruction of a 5-star heavenly god was too great. In the wave of destruction, a black figure shot out of the void. Dtion, I've given up my body. I don't believe I can't kill you. Even if I can't kill you, I can still heavily injure you. When I find an old friend, I'll kill you. Patriarch Shur's expression was ferocious. Unless it was a matter of life and death, Patriarch Shur wouldn't use self-destruction, destroying his own divine body. Even if he had a physical body in the future, his strength would be greatly affected. Patriarch Shur had never imagined that he would be defeated by a young fellow. Even his medial-grade divine armor, which he had never used before, had been destroyed. Patriarch Shur felt like crying. Under these circumstances, self-destruction was the only way to escape. Old thing, you want to leave just like that? You're making fun of me. In the air, an enormous hand of time descended. Patriarch Stone was shocked, and tried to change directions, but the hand of time grabbed him. A moment later, a young man appeared in the air. Lin Fei was on guard at all times. The moment the other party self-destructed, Lin Fei had already activated his invincible defense, and he was already in the void. You're going all out just to leave. Lin Fei's heart ached at the loss of his divine power. Even though he reacted quickly, he was still affected by the self-destruction and used up a lot of his divine power. Ancestor Stone was very confident in this move. But at this moment, Ancestor Stone had suffered a huge blow. His last bit of hope had crumbled. You can't kill me. My master is an ultimate god expert. Ancestor Shur tried to act tough. You better let me go right now. So you have a master and an ultimate god expert at that. What a powerful background. It's really scary. Lin Fei pretended to be afraid and laughed out loud. Your master is a godly venerable rank master. What does that have to do with me? If I say that the crafting sect is to be removed, then it must be removed. Lin Fei released the power of time. 10,000 years with a single glance. Ancestor Shur's soul was strong, but it could not withstand the power of time. Dtion, I curse you to die a horrible death. Ding. Congratulations. You have killed 5-star celestial god. Ding. Congratulations. You have killed the first 5-star heavenly god. Ding. Congratulations, player has received experience points. Ding. Since you have killed a 5-star celestial god for the first time, you are rewarded with a promotion. Ding. Congratulations. You have become a 1-star celestial god. Lin Fei had killed the 5-star heavenly god of the weapon refining sect, and the system sent him good news. F*CK, I've leveled up. Lin Fei only felt that his body was soft and warm, especially comfortable. His godhead, which was originally half, was immediately infused with a thick external power. The long journey was completed in the blink of an eye. A new godhead appeared in Lin Fei's body, and it spun. The divine power in his body began to flow, forming a perfect structure. Traces of divine power also entered his body, but it was very weak. I was right to come here. Killing a 5-star celestial god has such benefit. If I had known, I would have come to kill him. Lin Fei was very surprised that he had broken through to the heavenly god realm at this time. Ding. Player has entered the heavenly god realm. The system will undergo an upgrade for 2 hours. System update in progress. The system in Lin Fei's mind disappeared without a trace. The system is going to upgrade again. The last system update brought many changes, and Lin Fei was very much looking forward to the changes after this update. He tried to contact Little Fiend, but there was no result. The Pill Sanctum had been reduced to ruins. The celestial gods who had barely survived were all heavily injured, and their expressions were very ugly. This is too scary. Old Ancestor Sure of the crafting sect is really a piece of trash. My good friend was here just now, and he died in the blink of an eye. Do you guys think D. Tian is dead? Rumor has it that D. Tian cultivates a heaven-defying technique. If he is dead, can we hurry up and find him? The surviving celestial gods were all tempted. They had all seen D. Tian's strength and ferocity. The 5-star celestial god of the crafting sect was very powerful, but he was still taken care of by D. Tian, and even self-destructed. If they could obtain the technique D. Tian left behind, they would be very powerful in the future. It was unknown who mentioned this, but the injured heavenly deities all released their divine senses to search around, afraid that they would fall behind everyone else. Even if there was a peerless treasure in front of them, it was still not as important as the cultivation art D. Tian left behind. Boom! A saber light slashed through the void. The searching celestial god's body shook. His divine sense was cut off, and he looked up at the distant sky in shock. Everyone, you guys are quite free. I wonder what you found. In the sky not far away, Lin Fei appeared in front of them, looking at them with a smile. He didn't die. What kind of joke was this? They were already very afraid of D. Tian, and they thought that they would be killed in the self-destruction. Now that he came out, their expressions became unnatural. I'm not looking for anything. They didn't dare to look D. Tian in the eyes. Even the self-destruction of a 5-star celestial god didn't die, so they were no match for him, especially when they were injured. I found something good here. One of the shifty-eyed celestial gods took out the divine sparks he had collected. There were 3 of them, and he presented them respectfully. Yes, this seems to be what I lost. Lin Fei didn't have a good impression of these celestial gods. Attack him together? Unfortunately, those who attacked him seemed to have all been killed by the self-destruction, and a few of them had also disappeared without a trace. This is what I should do. That person lowered his head. He was extremely depressed. It wasn't easy to obtain the divine sparks. Lin Fei swept his gaze across. What about you guys? I seem to have picked up 2 divine sparks too. I have 1. I have 3. Even though Lin Fei didn't release his killing intent, the injured celestial god couldn't stand his gaze. Regardless of whether he picked up the divine sparks or not, he gritted his teeth and took them out. In less than a moment, Lin Fei had 30 divine sparks in his hands, and he was laughing in his heart. Wow, these people are all tycoons. 30 divine sparks could be exchanged for several divine king fragments. Suddenly, one of the celestial gods said, Lord D. Tian, I am willing to atone for my sins. I know where the treasure vault of the weapon refining sect is. Lin Fei looked in the direction of the voice and saw a 1-star celestial god standing uneasily. Lin Fei had an impression of this person. It was the celestial god who had attacked him. Chapter 1760. They're gone. From now on, the weapon refining sect will no longer exist. D. Tian is too cruel. The weapon refining sect has really kicked an iron plate this time. The experts of the entire weave couldn't help but sigh. They were even more fearful of Dtion. It was normal for them to say that they didn't care before. They thought that Dtion's reputation was just bragging and not worth mentioning. But now that the weapon refining sect had been destroyed, they truly realized how terrifying Dtion was. Help? No one dared to do that. Right now, Dtion was invincible. He had an invincible aura. They would just be throwing their lives away if they went. No one would go against Dtion for the sake of a destroyed weapon refining sect. It wasn't worth it. Dtion couldn't be offended. The experts secretly listed Dtion as someone they couldn't afford to offend. They even told the younger generation of their clansmen not to go against Dtion. They couldn't afford to offend someone like him. The weapon refining sect had always stood strong, but now it was destroyed just like that. Half-step celestial gods and celestial gods had all died in battle. The disciples of the crafting school would also suffer because of this. Without the protection of the crafting school, the disciples of the crafting school who managed to escape were all extremely rich. They had long since been targeted by someone in the dark, and now that an opportunity had presented itself, who would miss it? Lin Fei wasn't interested in small fries. The weapon refining sect's treasury was a little attractive. Lin Fei arrived in front of a ruin. It used to be a mountain range. There were incomplete array formations everywhere, which showed how powerful they were. Lord Dtion, the treasury is below here. Lin Fei used his spiritual sense to scan the area. It was indeed a treasure trove. There were many layers of restrictions and killing formations. It was extremely horrifying. You can go now. The Celestial turned and left as if he had been pardoned. Treasury? He didn't want to go in. It would be a lie if the celestial gods weren't tempted by the weapon refining sect's treasury. However, even the 5-star celestial ancestor sure had been killed. They were worried that they would be killed if they went in. Although the treasures were good, they needed to be alive to enjoy them. Otherwise, Lin Fei disappeared from the sky above the ruins and came to the layers of array formations. A black hole gate appeared in front of Lin Fei, and he charged through it. Fortunately, the self-detonation of the 5-star heavenly god had destroyed a portion of the killing formation, and its might had been affected. The killing move activated by the formation's restrictions was not very powerful. It took Lin Fei half an hour to force his way through these array formations and restrictions until a stone door appeared in front of him. The crafting school must have put in a lot of effort for their treasury, but now it's all mine. Lin Fei took out the heavenly deity saber and slashed at the stone door. After dozens of slashes, the stone door was violently broken. Lin Fei strode in and a huge treasury appeared in front of him. Good heavens, the crafting materials are piled up like a mountain. The treasury was huge. At the same time, it was an independent world. Lin Fei was completely dumbfounded by the sight of the mountain of materials. This was truly not simple at all. Lin Fei was not very interested in the materials, but if these materials were placed outside, everyone would come out to fight for them, and some of them were of perfect quality. One after another, Lin Fei chose to ignore all of the materials. If the system was updated and there was a way to deal with the materials, Lin Fei did not mind taking the materials for other purposes. The material area was huge. After leaving the material area, wow, so many weapons and battlesuits! As soon as he came out of the material area, he saw a small mountain of weapons and battlesuits, and even some other treasures. Lin Fei roughly counted with his divine sense, and the total number was over 10 million. Adding the two together, there were more than 50 million. There were a lot of things, but for the territory of this world, there were not many of these things, and everyone could not even get one. The crafting school's stockpiling was just to control the quantity and achieve a monopoly. You guys didn't sell, now it's all mine. Lin Fei was not interested in these weapons and battlesuits, but for the Tianyun Tower, the effect was very good. As long as the Tianyun Tower had weapons and battlesuits, its reputation would rise after a few more auctions. Take it, I have to take it. Lin Fei took out the storage ring and put away the weapons and battlesuit. Fortunately, Lin Fei did not have many things, and he had many large storage rings on hand. He took away all the weapons and battlesuits, leaving nothing behind. If the heavenly gods of the crafting sect knew about this, they would definitely die with grievances. It took Lin Fei a lot of time to collect these materials. After all, when he was collecting, he had to pay attention to the surrounding movements, and he did not release the fusion. There are only so many battle suits and weapons. I wonder what other good things there are below. Lin Fei walked down again. His eyes lit up again. Not far away there were many wooden shelves, each with weapons and battle suit. With Lin Fei's eyesight, they were definitely the work of a grandmaster. Lin Fei randomly picked up a weapon and saw that the quality was not bad, but it was still a long way from the weapons produced by the system. Not bad, not bad. There are at least 300,000 to 400,000 high-quality weapons here. I wonder how long the crafting sect has been storing them. These high-grade weapons were going to be collected too. Lin Fei continued to plunder the loot, collecting the high-grade weapons and battle suits one after another into his storage ring. Top-grade materials? These can be sold for money. I'll take them. There's even a refining method? This should be worth a lot of money. I'll take them first. The treasury was huge. Lin Fei did not stop, taking away everything he saw. Even if he did not want them, he could take them to auction. Cultivation method? Divine ability? They could also be sold for money. This time, dealing with the crafting sect consumed a lot of divinity points, and he had to replenish it no matter what. The crafting sect could only blame themselves for being too greedy. They had to pay the price for doing something wrong. It was the same for the crafting sect. In less than 2 hours, the treasury became empty. No matter what it was, Lin Fei had taken it all away. Low-grade divine weapons, godheads, and those things. After Lin Fei finished storing the treasures, he could not help but frown. He did not see any trace of low-grade divine weapons from start to end. Lin Fei did not care about other things, but he did care about godheads. He had a feeling that after the system upgrade, godheads would be of great use. The more godheads, the better. Now that he had not seen a single godhead, Lin Fei was naturally displeased. That old thing probably wouldn't put the godheads in the storage ring, so it must be in the treasury. Otherwise, there would be no need to station so many powerhouses outside the treasury. Lin Fei remembered very clearly that on the way in, the powerhouses hidden in the dark were all killed by the self-detonation attacks, including celestial god powerhouses, which showed how much importance the treasury placed on it. The treasury was an independent space, and Lin Fei suspected that there were other spaces hidden in it. After searching with his divine sense for a total of 7 to 8 times, Lin Fei smiled and punched a space, opening up another space. Hua, as soon as Lin Fei entered, divine power surged. This is divine power, oh my god, such dense divine power? Lin Fei was like a sponge, and the divine power drilled into his body, making him feel very comfortable. Outsider, who allowed you to come in? Lin Fei was still enjoying it. A black shadow appeared in the sky and pounced at Lin Fei. There's someone else? No, it's not a person. Lin Fei looked over, and the black shadow was actually a beast, and a pair of sharp claws was grabbing at him. Scram! Lin Fei waved his hand, and the divine power palm slapped the beast away, smashing it into a mountain range. I know, the weapon refining sect's patriarch must be hiding in seclusion in this space. Lin Fei scanned with his divine sense and found that this space was even smaller than the treasury, and it was very well hidden. If it wasn't for his sensitivity to space, he would have missed a good place. Only that 5-star heavenly god of the weapon refining sect could withstand such dense divine power. Come here. Lin Fei reached out, and his giant hand grabbed the beast's neck. His divine sense entered the beast's mind, searching for relevant memories. This beast was slapped by Lin Fei, but it was not injured, but it was far weaker than Lin Fei, and it was still very strong against ordinary 1-star and 2-star heavenly gods. After the beast was searched by his divine sense, its movements also became sluggish. Lin Fei smashed the beast's head with a punch, put it in his storage ring, and brought it back to Hairball as a great tonic. After all, this beast had transformed into a divine body, and it was very useful for Hairball to break through to the divine beast realm. After searching through his memories, Lin Fei also knew the origin of this place. What the old fart said before he died was true. This thing was actually left behind by the weapon-refining sex patriarch. No wonder the old fart's realm was so high. Lin Fei knew he came to the right place. After putting away the beast's corpse, Lin Fei flew to a valley in the mountain range. This is the place. There was a restriction array formation in the valley, but it was not activated. Lin Fei easily entered the cave abode in the valley. The old fart didn't activate the restriction array formation, which saved me a lot of trouble. Lin Fei stood in the cave abode with a smile. The biggest harvest of the day was here. The cave abode was not small, and there were many stone rooms built. Lin Fei opened the stone rooms one by one, and there were either supreme-grade materials or high-grade weapons and battle suits, which were much higher than the treasures outside. Low-grade divine artifact, it's really a low-grade divine artifact. In a stone room, Lin Fei really found low-grade divine artifact. The only thing that displeased him was that there were only a few of these low-grade divine artifacts in good condition. Basically, they were all damaged. Did this guy go to that battle scene? He actually found so many low-grade divine artifacts and brought them back. Lin Fei did not care whether the low-grade divine artifacts were good or bad. Anyway, he took them back and converted them into divinity points. Roughly estimating, the number of low-grade divine artifacts here was at least 1,000. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony and accepted them. After sweeping through the stone rooms one by one, Lin Fei finally came to the other party's secret cultivation room. Sure enough, he found a storage ring here. It turned out that he did not bring it with him. These godhoods. Before opening the storage ring, Lin Fei noticed that there were a lot of godheads in the surroundings. The same situation as the low-grade divine artifacts happened again. These godhoods were all damaged, either broken in half or missing a third, as if they were violently smashed by someone and did not even have a chance to resist. Chapter 1761. Lin Fei was really shocked. After his 18 divine avatars combined, he could break through to the 3-star divine realm, and his combat power was no weaker than that of a 5-star divine realm. Most importantly, Lin Fei could use a lot of divine power to frequently use big moves. This was something no one could compare with. But even so, Lin Fei still couldn't break the godheads. The defense of the godheads was very terrifying, but now, these godheads were damaged to different degrees. The strength of the expert who attacked must be extremely terrifying. Could these godheads all come from the divine tomb? A place popped up in Lin Fei's mind. This place was the place that many people would go to soon. The godheads in the secret room should not come from other places other than the divine tomb. The godheads in the secret chamber made Lin Fei smile from ear to ear. Damaged? It really didn't matter. As long as they were godheads. It's worth it for these godheads. Lin Fei put away all the damaged godheads and counted 231, which was far beyond Lin Fei's expectations. Maybe I will be able to summon a divine king expert soon. After collecting all the godheads, Lin Fei also found some refining methods, which were useless to him, so he put them in the storage ring. After confirming that there was nothing else, he opened the storage ring and checked. There are also godheads in here, and they are complete. There are actually 38 godheads. Lin Fei soon found that the godheads in the storage ring were not damaged at all. Lin Fei was in a good mood again. He didn't find many divine stones, just millions of high-grade divine stones, which was not a big harvest. In addition to the godheads and divine stones, there were some top-grade materials, some of which were very rare, and each of them would cause a sensation. There's this. In a box, Lin Fei found a map and took it out. The map was yellow and there were many lines on it. Originally, Lin Fei didn't look carefully, but when he caught a glimpse of the two words in the corner, he couldn't help but be excited. The Divine Tomb. Damn, I'm so lucky. I actually found a map of the Divine Tomb? Spreading out the map, Lin Fei studied it carefully. With all the good stuff in his hands, Lin Fei did not plan to leave for the time being. Many routes were recorded on the map. These routes were all marked in red, while the rest were all gray. Lin Fei quickly understood the contents of the map and concluded that it was a map of the tomb of the god of sin. The red routes had been explored and marked on it. He had finally figured out the source of the damaged low-quality battle armor and the damaged godhead. Now that I have the map of the tomb of the god of sin, I can go there myself. Lin Fei didn't know much about the tomb of the god of sin. He only knew that this was a battlefield, and it was a very fierce battle. Now, that place was shrouded in evil qi and was the most dangerous place. He carefully put away the map. This thing was extremely precious. Even a 5-star heavenly god expert had to carefully mark them. One could imagine how dangerous and terrifying the divine tomb was. It was definitely not as simple as people thought. After putting away the items, Lin Fei discovered something about space in the storage ring. It turned out that this space was called the God Refining Space, and was refined by the first-generation ancestor of the weapon refining sect back then. At that time, the first-generation sect master was already extremely powerful and was also a great figure above, second only to the Divine Emperor Rancor. With the help of the Divine Emperor Rancor, he opened the passage and passed down the God Refining Space. The use of the God Refining Space was also very simple. As long as it was a sect master, they could come in to cultivate. Every generation of weapon refining sect had relied on the God Refining Space to become the strongest in weapon refining sect. When he passed down the God Refining Space, he also passed down the offensive techniques of the Divine Lord Dharma Idol. With the combination of these two, the sect masters of weapon refining sect were the strongest. A God power space refined by a great figure. Doesn't that mean that this entire space contains an unimaginable amount of God power? Lin Fei finally understood why the divine level stone he found in the storage ring were only around 1 million. So that was what was going on. Lin Fei was in no hurry to leave. Wait. When the system finished upgrading, it would absorb all the God power in the entire God power space. At this moment, the entire territory was shocked. The news of the weapon refining sect being swept away by Dtion alone and being removed from the territory spread like wildfire. No one from that sect was in the sacred pill land. They were lucky enough to survive and immediately sent the news back. The territory was once again shocked. First, he killed more than 10 Empyrean gods, and in the blink of an eye, he destroyed the weapon refining sect. Any one of these two things would cause a sensation. However, what was even more shocking was that the 5-star heavenly god of the weapon refining sect was unable to kill Dtion. Even after using the Divine Lord Dharma Idol to attack, he was still killed in the end. This time, the 8 great sects, the 7 overlords, and the other powers were completely moved. No matter how much Dtion could kill a heavenly god, he could only kill a 1-star heavenly god or a 2-star heavenly god. Whether it was in terms of divine power or attack power, a 5-star heavenly god would increase exponentially. Such an expert was still killed by Dtion? How could they show off their seniority? Kill Dtion now? This was not something that 10 or 20 Empyrean gods could do. What a cruel Dtion. He's so vengeful. The weapon refining sect is really unlucky. In a territory at the Wind Cloud Chamber of Commerce's branch. When Tianyang heard the news, he was also shocked. In such a short time, Dtion had killed his way to the weapon refining sect and even killed the 5-star heavenly god, Old Ancestor Sure. This was definitely an earth-shattering event. Men, prepare immediately. We're going to the great metropolis realm. Tianyang, who had just left, had no choice but to return to the great metropolis realm. The weapon refining sect had been established for so long and had monopolized the trade of weapons and armor in the territory. Now that Tian had wiped them out, everything in the weapon refining sect's treasury would fall into Tian's hands. Tianyang was extremely envious of such a huge amount of resources. Luckily, we didn't offend Tian back then. That guy really can't hide things. The weapon refining sect really hid things well. They actually have a super powerful 5-star heavenly god. What a pity, in another hell heaven chamber of commerce. Huang Chuan was also the first to receive the news. He was incomparably shocked, and his expression changed completely. Previously, Tian was very famous, but his strength was still a flaw. Everyone was afraid of the guy behind him. Now, Tian had once again displayed astonishing combat power. Tian had truly gained a foothold. Besiege? That would be foolish. Tian, the #1 person of the younger generation, no longer had any doubts. Huang Chuan could not sit still either. He ordered his men to prepare warships and rush to the great metropolis realm as soon as possible. He hoped to get the resources in Tian's hands. It would be best if they could arrive before the Wind Cloud Chamber of Commerce. No matter how fast their warships were, they would not be as fast as the battle fortress. Chapter 1762. What are the rumors outside? At this moment, Lin Fei, who was in the special space, did not know. After sweeping everything clean in his lair, Lin Fei was in a good mood. He took out the delicacies that he carried and ate leisurely. He would not lose anything this time. What Lin Fei needed to do now was to wait for the system update to end. Time passed in the blink of an eye. When Lin Fei ate the second bottle of wine, the communication jade talisman that he carried with him had a sound. He took it out and saw that it was from Tianyang of the Wind and Cloud Chamber of Commerce. Their reaction is really fast, Lin Fei casually replied. Then, he received several messages. Other than the Wind and Cloud Chamber of Commerce, Hell and Heaven, there was also Lu Zue of the Sky Fortune Building and the Great Commander of Primal Chaos City. Lin Fei expected their reaction as they were well informed. Ding! System update complete. Opening, just as Lin Fei was thinking, the cold voice that he had not heard for a long time sounded again. The voice that he usually found unpleasant was more familiar to Lin Fei than anyone else. Finally done. After a moment, Lin Fei opened the system and looked forward to it. Little demon. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to look at the system. He called the little demon. Without this fellow by his side, he was not used to it. Dear Master, you really did not disappoint me. The first thing you thought of was me. With a flash of light, the little demon flew out with its triangular tail and stood on Lin Fei's shoulder. Damn, you grew up. Compared to before, the little demon had grown up. Lin Fei was shocked. The little demon proudly said, I have to thank Master for being able to reach the heavenly god realm so quickly. The system also improved, and I, as a guide, also improved. Naturally, I grew up. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. You grew up, did you have new skills? You are not as useless as before, right? The little demon curled its lips and said in a wronged manner, I knew Master would dislike me. Lin Fei was speechless. You are a guide, is there a need to learn to be wronged? You are not a 3-year-old child. Acting wronged is a very shameless thing to do, just like acting cute. Stop pretending. You little brat, I don't know what you're thinking. Lin Fei mercilessly attacked the little devil. Hee hee, this is a secret for now. Let's wait until you look at the system. The little demon whet its appetite. Let me remind you, this time, the system upgrade, there are many functions that will definitely give you a new experience. So awesome? Lin Fei opened the system, and an interface appeared before him. He pulled out the attributes page. The system was the status page as before. Player: Lin Fei Bloodline. Time Bloodline, Space Bloodline Realm, 1-star Heavenly God Realm Distance Upgrade Invincibility. 567825224 Divinity Points. 9825227422252 God King Fragment can summon an Eternal God King Powerhouse. Cultivation Technique. God Level 1/Time Technique 4, Space Technique 3, Hongmeng 18 Clones, God Level Technique. Position. Mighty Invincible General. A general without an army, requires 100,000 divinity to activate. Experience Treasure Chest. Heavenly God Level. Can open Heavenly God equipment, including upper, middle, and lower. Experience Treasure Chest temporarily opened, looking at the new attribute. Lin Fei was first surprised by the upgrade. Damn, this requires 10 billion experience points? Or 10 trillion? Lin Fei was a little confused. Ding, the system is automatically replying. Player has stepped into a new realm, this is a new realm, and also a new journey. You have already revealed your invincible state, but this is not enough, the road to invincibility is still very long, and the system is tailor-made for the player to level up. You just need to collect enough divinity. The road to invincibility, it is that simple. Listening to the system's hot-blooded words, Lin Fei blinked at the little demon. It can't be, did I hear wrongly? Leveling up with divinity is enough? All along, Lin Fei was used to leveling up experience, suddenly replaced by divinity. Naturally he was a little unable to adapt. 100 divinity, if this news spread out, who knows how many people would be dumbfounded. You didn't hear wrongly, the system is also right, the road to invincibility is that simple. The little demon said very seriously, as long as the master keeps collecting divinity, leveling up is that simple. Lin Fei admitted that the system made sense. Invincibility was that simple. Who asked him to have the leveling up system? Next, my focus will be on divinity. This is forcing me to snatch divinity from them. Lin Fei touched his nose, pointed at an item on the attribute panel. Then what is this great general? I still need 100,000 divinity. When will I be able to activate it? The little demon smiled. Master, divinity is not that simple, of course it is to kill people, there is no divinity in this world. Whoever offends you, kill, it is best to exterminate the whole family, 100,000 divinity, it is a piece of cake. Alright. Lin Fei really couldn't refute, but this mighty and invincible great general, I still like it, the name sounds very domineering. This experience treasure chest, will it also be opened in a different way, no longer requiring divinity points to open? Lin Fei temporarily suppressed his curiosity about the great general. This matter couldn't be rushed. Master, you're really smart. This is a new system, so there will definitely be changes. The chests are now divinity chests, so how can they be opened with divinity points? Master can use divinity points to open them. For example, Master can currently open them 10 times a day. As your cultivation increases, you'll only need 50 divinity points to open them. How black-hearted. Lin Fei was very unhappy. This is forcing me to get divinity points. Master, 50 divinity points each time is very cost-effective. If you are lucky, you can also get a mid-grade divine artifact, even a high-grade divine artifact. Compared to that, it is very satisfying. Lin Fei was speechless again. 50 divinity points, to be able to draw good things, it was indeed very cost-effective. This was a privilege that belonged to him. Originally, he thought that the divinity points that he had plundered from the nest were not small, but now, it seemed that the divinity points were just beginning to be used. How much would be used up? Lin Fei closed the attribute page and looked at the other pages. Compared to before, the system was more concise, there was no superfluous thing. Divine Level Technique Promotion? On one of the pages, Lin Fei saw the promotion of Divine Level Technique. This was interesting. Lin Fei opened the page, the image changed. Divine Level / 1-star Battle Strength. Can be upgraded to 10 stars. Hongmeng 18 Clones, 1-star Battle Strength. Can be upgraded to 10 stars. The time technique and space technique did not appear. The rest of the techniques did not have the corresponding display. Master, the techniques that you practiced before, the battle strength did not reach 1 star, only 1 star battle strength will be listed here. Chapter 1763. This function was good. Lin Fei thought to himself. Wasn't it just for him? With this function, he might be able to upgrade the 18 primordial god clones. At that time, all his celestial god clones would be 9 stars celestial god realm. This upgrade isn't cheap, right? The function was out. Lin Fei knew that it would definitely be difficult to upgrade. Master, you guessed it right again. This upgrade also requires godhood. Each upgrade requires 1,000 godhood, and the success rate is not guaranteed. The little demon dealt a heavy blow. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. I knew it wouldn't be cheap. 1,000 godhood for each upgrade, 10 times would require 10,000 godhood. From the looks of it, the number of godhood would increase in the future. He was forced once again. Godhood was still godhood. The 18 primordial god clones were still very important to him. As long as there was a way, Lin Fei wanted to upgrade them. Even if the success rate was low, he had to try. Lin Fei still remembered that when he played this leveling game, he had used countless materials to upgrade his cultivation technique. Lin Fei closed this page and looked at the other pages. Each page was an eye-opener. For example, the embedding page was newly opened. One could embed all kinds of powerful attributes on god armor or god weapons to increase one's overall combat strength. There was even a chance to launch an instant kill like Holy Strike. Embedding these attributes needed to be bought with godhood. Just like now, godhood had become a common currency. Attribute stones were also divided into 1 star to 10 star attribute stones, and the price went from low to high. Every attribute stone had a success rate and failure rate. Similarly, there were also support tools. Lin Fei suspected that the system had fallen into a money hole. The cash-strapped Lin Fei could only watch for the time being. He really couldn't do anything. Who asked him to lack godhood? After looking through it, Lin Fei understood most of it. Overall, after the leveling system was updated, it showed its strong side. Of course, there was a prerequisite, and that was having godhood. As long as you had godhood, you didn't lack anything. Lin Fei felt like he was just a player. Unfortunately, it was not possible to top up. Otherwise, Lin Fei really wanted to top up a sum of money. After struggling for a while, Lin Fei did not forget something important. This special space was created by a godly venerable one. Is there any way for me to extract my divine power? Lin Fei asked. Lin Fei wasn't sure how many divinity points there were in this special space, but he was sure that it was a terrifying number. That's easy. Have you forgotten about the forceful extraction? Forceful extraction? Lin Fei immediately thought of one of the properties that he had just seen. It seemed to be called forceful extraction. It sounded really cool. He hurriedly opened this page's attribute window. Lin Fei was amused by what he saw. Good, that's great. With this, there's no need to be anxious. Lin Fei applauded. It was really tailor-made. If he had to collect it by himself, who knew how long it would take? The little devil had a disapproving look on his face. It's not as easy as you think after I level up again. Lin Fei was immersed in joy. Collect for me. He opened forceful extraction. Lin Fei only felt the surrounding divinity surging toward him, instantly drowning him in the waves of divinity points. A huge vortex appeared, and the divinity point vortex grew bigger and bigger. Boom, boom, boom. His lair collapsed, unable to resist the divinity point vortex. Lin Fei's leveling system increased his divinity points rapidly like a rocket, breaking through 100 million. This speed was even more terrifying than the last time he absorbed at the Divine Mountain. The divinity point vortex expanded, and wherever it passed, mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Without the nourishment of divinity, the earth turned into yellow sand, and there was an aura of death. With the divinity point constantly surging, Lin Fei was overjoyed. This is awesome. The system absorbed frantically. Lin Fei knew that he had recovered his capital. After absorbing the divinity point here, all the losses would be recovered. Ding! Congratulations player for breaking through 1 trillion divinity points. Ding! Congratulations player for breaking through 10 trillion divinity points. A unit of 100 million could not satisfy divinity point. The number of divinity points had also increased from 100 million to trillions. At this time, if Lin Fei attacked, no one could stop his crazy attack. After a storm, they would die without a doubt. In terms of divinity point storage, Lin Fei was probably ranked at the top in the entire territory. Lin Fei was still absorbing divinity points. As his divinity points kept breaking through, Lin Fei was also shocked. The divinity points in this world contained divinity point. How many divine stones had that hierarch expert refined? Unfortunately, the people of the weapon refining sect were not angry, and now they were all given to Lin Fei for free. 100 trillion! 4 hours later, Lin Fei's divinity points broke through the terrifying level of 100 trillion, and the speed did not stop. Fortunately, the system is here. Otherwise, I can only stare at such a good thing. An expert had a certain amount of divinity points in their body. The weapon refining sect was like a treasure mountain, and he could only use time to absorb and refine it. Lin Fei was now full of divinity points. If I fight with old ancestor stone now, I can directly use 1 trillion divinity points. Won't I completely destroy him? Lin Fei said to himself happily. That feeling was too good. It was a complete and utter suppression. Lin Fei became more and more confident. After the fusion of the 3-star realm, when the divinity points were activated, no one could block his attack. The strong absorption lasted for a full 10 hours. At this time, the space was filled with the aura of death. The mountain range that was originally full of vitality had turned into a piece of yellow sand, and there were no traces of it before. So comfortable! Lin Fei stood up lazily. His original lair had long turned into yellow sand. He now stood on the yellow sand, looked around and sighed. That expert really invested a lot. Checking the divinity points, it was finally fixed at a terrifying number of 3,000 trillion. Lin Fei was now really a rich man, a big tycoon. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining 3,000 trillion divinity points. The little devil smiled. In the future, if anyone is unhappy, I will slap them to death. Lin Fei also laughed. Yes, slap them to death. I don't know if I will be able to slap them to death if I meet that hierarch shadow again. Thinking about it, I am really looking forward to it. Master can definitely do it. Back then, that hierarch shadow's attack power was not even at the level of 1 trillion. As long as Master can use 1 trillion power, you can block the attack. If it is 10 trillion, you can break through the defense and severely injure the opponent. Lin Fei blinked. You can even calculate this. The little devil laughed. Now that I have advanced, I can naturally calculate this kind of small matter. Moreover, there is something you don't know. You'll find out later. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. You might as well not say it. You are purely baiting me. Chapter 1764. P.S. Only one update today. That D. Tian is still in the weapon refining sect? He has been in there for a long time. Is he recuperating? Why do you care what he is doing in there? He destroyed the entire weapon refining sect in one breath. Even old ancestor Sure seems to have been killed. Who can be blamed for this? I heard that old ancestor Sure coveted D. Tian's invincible weapon refinement technique and arranged for his disciples to surround and annihilate D. Tian. It's a pity that D. Tian is even more terrifying than we imagined. Yes, old ancestor Sure has done this many times in the past. This time, he has really hit a wall. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A ray of sword light slashed over, killing the half-step heavenly deity who was talking. The other half-step heavenly deities also lost their godheads in the blink of an eye. Dog, how dare you speak ill of Big Brother Sure? You deserve to die. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A figure appeared in the sky. This person had a ferocious face and was as tall and sturdy as a giant. He stood in the sky like a ferocious beast. Not good, it is actually him. Xiong Hu. Since he is here, then, the expressions of the onlookers turned ugly. Facing the ferocious man, they did not dare to say anything. The ferocious man was very satisfied with his appearance. Not long after he appeared, 5 people appeared not far away. They stood beside the burly man and ruthlessly released their heavenly god aura, causing the surrounding experts' blood to boil. First Master, are we late? A thin middle-aged man glanced around with a sharp look in his eyes. All the experts who were swept by his gaze felt their breathing quicken. It was as if his gaze could see through their hearts. You, come here. The burly man pointed. A 1-star heavenly god not far away could not help but come over. There were also some 1-star heavenly gods not far away. Their expressions were even more shocked. Tell me what you know. That heavenly deity's expression and movements became extremely stiff. He recounted everything that had happened before clearly without missing a single detail. We want to avenge Big Brother Sure. Big Brother Sure died so miserably. He killed Dition. This person really deserves to die. The 5 people behind the burly man all shouted angrily. The burly man's eyes flashed as he communicated with his divine sense. We didn't come too late. I didn't expect that Big Brother Sure, who has been so wise all his life, would eventually fall into the hands of a young man. This time, we can legitimately act. It can only be said that Dition's luck is bad. Big Brother, you're the smart one. If we attack Dition now, no one can say anything. As long as we kill Dition, not only will the weapon refining school's treasures belong to us, even his invincible weapon will belong to us. Dition can kill old Ancestor Sure. Isn't it a little risky for the 6 of us to make a move? Number 5, you are too cowardly. Who doesn't know that our elder brother is the most proficient in scheming? If he wants to act, he would definitely be confident in winning. Also, Dition just fought a huge battle and his divine energy has been greatly depleted. How can he be our opponent? That's right. With Big Brother's scheming, taking down Dition will be a piece of cake. Don't forget who we are. We are the 6 tigers of Heavenly Dragon. Just mentioning our names, who doesn't know that we are the most savage? The 5 of them were constantly communicating with each other using their divine senses. All of them had the same goal, to take down Dition. Since he hasn't come out yet, let's set up a formation and catch him off guard. The burly man and the others all started to move. Many heavenly gods were watching coldly from afar. Even if they were discussing, they were very careful. As for stopping them, that was simply impossible. I didn't expect the 6 tigers of Heavenly Dragon to come. All of them came at once. This time, Dition is in trouble. Rumor has it that the boss of the 6 tigers of Heavenly Dragon, Xiong Hu, was a friend of old Ancestor Sure. His strength is not low. I suspect that he is a 4-star heavenly god. They are also shameless. They are clearly here for the weapon refining school's treasure, but they have the nerve to say that they are here to avenge old Ancestor Sure. Since the 6 tigers of Heavenly Dragon are here, others can forget about interfering. They are taking advantage of us. The people outside were all from the territory. It was impossible to say that they were not moved by the weapon refining school's treasures. However, with a terrifying demon present, no one dared to act rashly. The shock that Dition brought to them was something that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Although the treasure was good, they did not dare to make a move. For the sake of their lives, it was better not to interfere. Up in the void, there were a few powerful beings who were secretly observing the situation. The 6 tigers of Heavenly Dragon came at the right time. They can test Tion. Such a big piece of meat, Tion is not afraid of swallowing it. If he eats the meat, he has to leave us some soup. If Tion shows signs of weakness, don't blame us for being ruthless. The weakest of these experts was a 3-star heavenly god. The weapon refining school was swept away, and old ancestor Shur was killed on the spot. The news spread quickly, and many experts came to check it out. When they heard that Tion went to the treasure, some of the experts had ideas. Could they watch from the side? If they were not careful, they might be able to tear off a piece of meat from Tion. They did not believe that Tion could still retain his battle strength after using so many powerful moves. Maybe he went to the treasure to recover his strength. Otherwise, he would not have gone for such a long time. Everyone began to get restless. Wait. The arrival of the 6 tigers of Heavenly Dragon did not make everyone happy. These 6 tigers were strong and were proficient in an ancient combination technique. Their battle strength was not inferior to old ancestor Shur's. It could be said that they had the battle strength of a 4-star heavenly god, or even a peak battle strength. Everyone might as well hide and watch the show. The 6 tigers of Heavenly Dragon quickly set up the array. Tion swept through the weapon refining school, and many people did not like him. Naturally, no one would say anything. The sky was silent. Everyone seemed to be waiting for something, after an unknown period of time. Just as everyone was wondering if Tion had left the weapon refining school's treasure vault, a figure flew out from below and appeared in the sky. Tion. Everyone's eyes lit up. He finally came out. Big Brother Shur, I'm here to take revenge for you. Activate the array. An angry roar echoed in the sky above the weapon refining school. With a loud rumble, the huge array was activated. The originally clear sky was instantly filled with dark clouds. Lightning pillars as thick as buckets soared into the sky, one after another. There were a total of 99 pillars that stood between heaven and earth. The berserk lightning also gave everyone a fright. Someone exclaimed, "The 6 tigers of Heavenly Dragon are so generous. They actually set up the 10 ultimate lightning dragon killing array." Many people had heard of this name, but they had never seen it with their own eyes. When they heard the name of the array, they could not remain calm again. Chapter 1765. The huge territory was now completely affected by the berserk aura. Any heavenly god could sense the terrifying aura brought by the formation. It was a real killing formation. When the heavenly dragons and 6 tigers were activated, its power doubled again. It was a killing move to deal with Tion. It was even more terrifying than Patriarch Shur. No matter what happened after the battle, Tion would inevitably be severely injured. They might even be able to take advantage of the situation. No one was optimistic about Tion. The 6 people in the formation each controlled an array flag. Seeing that Tion was trapped in the killing formation, Xiong Hu's eyes flashed with joy. In order to deal with Tion, they had paid a huge price and rushed over immediately. Wasn't it for this moment? 3rd brother, 4th brother, move. Don't give him a chance to attack. Xiong Hu controlled the center of the formation, while his brothers each controlled a portion. The formation was activated. Roar, with a series of loud roars, the 99 lightning pillars turned into giant lightning dragons that were 100,000 feet long. They were ferocious and spat out lightning. Violent lightning filled the formation. "Master, you're lucky. Someone came to die as soon as you came out." Amidst the violent lightning, a battle armor appeared on Lin Fei's body. Traces of lightning swept over, but they were shattered by the saber intent before they could reach him. There are so many people who aren't afraid of death. Anger flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. Avenge Patriarch Shur? What a lousy excuse. Being trapped by the formation for no reason, Lin Fei was in a bad mood. These people really didn't know how to write the word death. That's good. Since my strength has improved, I'll start with them. The heavenly god's saber appeared in his hand. "Master, the offensive power of this killing formation is not bad. It has the combat power of a peak 5-star heavenly god, and it has 99 lightning dragons. It can be said to be a perfect killing formation. Unfortunately, there are a few weak spots in this formation. The refinement is not very perfect. Master, you can start from there and break the formation. When the time comes, you can obtain a killing formation. Lin Fei's mood improved after hearing the little devil's words. With the combat power of a peak 5-star heavenly god, this killing formation had become very valuable. Under the control of the Grand Formation, the 99 lightning dragons spat out lightning ball. In the blink of an eye, over 100 lightning balls had arrived. The power of each lightning ball was equivalent to that of a 5-star heavenly god. Lin Fei's HP also surged. The attack of over 100 thunderballs was indeed quite terrifying. Slow down time. Lin Fei used a time technique, and time energy flowed towards the balls of lightning. The terrifying balls of lightning instantly stopped. Master, here. The imp pointed in a certain direction. Lin Fei flashed past and charged in the direction he pointed. Open. The heavenly deity war saber struck one of the positions, and a door appeared in the seemingly empty space. There was a person sitting cross-legged inside the door, controlling a formation flag. This was the Black Tiger of the Heavenly Dragons and 6 Tigers. Big brother, it's not good. He's killing his way in. Damn it, how does he know where the door is? The Black Tiger who was sitting cross-legged was horrified, as if he had seen a ghost. They were very clear about the prowess of this killing formation. The attacks of over 100 5-star heavenly gods were not that easy to dodge. No matter what, they had to pay a price. As long as the other party was injured, the follow-up killing moves would be endless. Their location wasn't that easy to see through. Black Tiger naturally felt a wave of horror. The other party was too fast, as if they had identified his position. Black Tiger, hold on, we're coming. Lin Fei rushed into the door and saw a sinister middle-aged man with cold killing intent. It was clear that he was a bloodthirsty person, and his murderous aura soared into the sky. You guys have guts. Ancestor Sure is already dead, and you still dare to attack me. Since you want to avenge Ancestor Sure, then go down and accompany them. Lin Fei raised the heavenly deity, war saber in his hand, and slashed out in a straight line. Thunder Shield. Black Tiger activated the formation flag, lightning gathered, and a large shield appeared in front of him. Crack! The saber light was overbearing, like an invincible beast, pushing against the Thunder Shield. The indestructible Thunder Shield shattered. Black Tiger's heart sank, and the saber light had already crushed his body. A godhead fell out of his hand. Ding, dropped a godhead, do you want to use it to level up? As soon as the godhead appeared, the system notified. Okay. On the system's attribute page, there was an additional 1/100 in the upgrade section. Awesome. With this slash, a 2-star heavenly god was killed. Lin Fei did not care much about the energy consumed. Ding, detected storage ring, there are 15 godheads inside. Do you want to withdraw them all? The system notified again. Lin Fei blinked, such a fast reaction. The little devil said proudly, Master, you don't know this, but once the system is upgraded, the function is even more perfect. As long as the items dropped by killing people, the system will automatically withdraw them. Lin Fei laughed, this can be done. Withdraw. Ding, congratulations player on obtaining 15 godheads. Ding, congratulations player on obtaining 6 God King fragments. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei was only 84 godheads away from becoming a 2-star heavenly god. Where's the next one? Lin Fei licked his lips. One had 15 godheads, the other 5 were probably enough for him to become a 2-star heavenly god. East of you, 530 zhang. Lin Fei's divinity flashed and he moved again. Inside the formation, the power of time was much stronger than before. Even the Thunder Dragon had slowed down. The leader, Xiong Hu, was very confident in this ambush. He predicted that Tion's strength would not be able to recover in a short time. As long as the thunder dragons surrounded Tion, the matter would be half done. Big brother, not good. Third brother's position is out of control. Second brother transmitted his voice over. He was no longer calm, and there was a hint of panic in his voice. Xiong, who sensed that the aura of the third brother, Black Tiger, had really disappeared. His expression turned ugly. Hold on, this is Tion's trick. Our position is constantly changing. Tion can't enter, and even if he does, he can't break through the defense of the Thunder Shield. Xiong, whose words were just transmitted out. Cries for help came from other positions. Big brother, not good, he's coming in. We can't stop him. Big brother, quick! Xiong, who was restless. Hurry up and reply. Are you guys still there? Xiong, who suddenly felt a sense of unease. A grand killing formation was so easily broken by someone? Xiong, who was unwilling, truly unwilling. No need to shout, your people are all dead. Suddenly, the space in front of him trembled, a figure barged in, appearing in front of Xiong, who, I like this formation of yours, it belongs to me now. Lin Fei waved his heavenly deity saber. Divine power surged out, slashing towards Xiong Hu. Divine power, 1 trillion. Chapter 1766. 1 trillion God power attack. Killing is as easy as drinking water. Lin Fei, who had 300 trillion God power, directly used a large amount of damage to deal with such an expert. Xiong Hu's strength was not bad, but he was not a 5-star celestial god. One attacked ferociously, the other didn't know his background, so he naturally suffered a huge loss. Ding, dropped a god core. Ding, discovered 25 god cores. Ding, do you want to level them all up? Lin Fei didn't care where they came from. The only thing he was happy about was that they gave him the god cores. 6 of them killed, that was a total of 100 god cores contribution points. Such a good thing was hard to find. Ding, level up complete, congratulations player for entering 2-star celestial god realm. Ding, obtained 5 god king shards. Ding, player keep up the good work. Lin Fei blinked. I leveled up just like that, I don't feel anything. Opening the stats page, he really did rise to 2-star celestial god realm. The god king shards also increased to 41 god king shards. Leveling up is too fast. I'm already 2-star celestial god realm. Lin Fei really couldn't get used to this leveling up feeling. The little devil wasn't surprised. You will get used to it after a few more times, don't you feel good now? Lin Fei nodded. It does feel good, especially when we fought just now. The system analyzed that the opponent's attack is the strongest. This kind of crushing is really interesting. 1 trillion god power, killing Xiong Hu. The attack power was above the opponent's attack. This kind of attack was just right. The attack power is too high, I need to replenish god power too, otherwise I'll become a pauper. Lin Fei touched his chin. If people sent themselves to him every day, he wouldn't have to worry about leveling up. The killing formation in the sky was still there. Outsiders couldn't see through the situation inside, and no one used their divine senses to check. No one was willing to go to 6 tigers. Suddenly, the violent aura disappeared without a trace. The killing formation in the sky also disappeared, returning to its original state. After the killing formation dispersed, a young man appeared in the sky, dressed in black robes. At this moment he was like a towering mountain, destined to never be crossed in his lifetime. It's Tion. The heavenly dragons and 6 tigers lost. Luckily I didn't attack. The heavenly god powerhouse hiding in the void did not dare to linger any longer. He hurriedly left. In the blink of an eye, all the experts who had planned to take advantage of the situation had run away. He didn't even think about making a move. The scene instantly quietened down. No one dared to act again. The infamous heavenly dragons and 6 tigers were all killed, and the killing formation also landed in Tion's hands. How tyrannical was this? What was most unbelievable was that the entire process was simply too short. What a fast runner! Lin Fei's divine sense swept out and did not see any celestial deity powerhouses in the void. He was nowhere to be seen. Originally, I wanted to kill a few more. After all, a 2-star heavenly god needs 1,000 divine deity to become a 3-star heavenly god. The little devil chuckled and said, "You're infamous now, and so are the heavenly dragons and 6 tigers. Didn't they all die in your hands? It won't be long before your infamous name will be known by everyone." The news could not be hidden. When Di Tian was called the #1 expert of the younger generation, many people were skeptical and dissatisfied. But not long after, he swept through the crafting sect, killed Patriarch Stone, and exterminated the infamous heavenly dragons and 6 tigers. The weave was shaken once again. No one could stop the rise of a new force. Previously, there were even some experts who wanted to challenge Di Tian. But now they were all convinced. In the territory, who didn't know the status of the crafting sect? Because the crafting sect coveted an invincible weapon refinement technique, in the end, they lost both their soldiers and their wives. How could people not be shocked? Di Tian's strength was also pushed to a terrifying level. Some people said that Di Tian had the battle prowess of a 5-star heavenly god. Some people said that Di Tian's battle prowess was already that of a 6-star heavenly god, or even a 7-star heavenly god. All kinds of rumors were spread. The 8 great sects and 7 overlords. After receiving the news, the 7 overlords first announced that Di Tian would be the 8th overlord after the 7 overlord. When the news came out, everyone was in an uproar. The status of the 7 overlords was almost the same as the 8 great sections. At least, the 8 great sects could not do anything to the 7 or 8 overlord. Hence, the current situation. There had been people who wanted to be the 8th overlord a long time ago. Unfortunately, until now, no one had been able to sit on the position. The fact that the 7 overlords had all acknowledged Di Tian as the 8th overlord could be said to be an explosive piece of news, causing everyone to be agitated. After the news came out, the commander of the ancient kingdom of chaos sent a message, congratulating Di Tian for becoming the 8th overlord and asking the two to interact more. 2 of the 3 chambers of commerce also sent congratulatory messages to Di Tian. This time, the 8 great sects were strangely silent. They did not say anything. Just like that, Di Tian became the 8th overlord. In the great metropolis realm, Tian Yang and Huang Chuan arrived at almost the same time. When they came to the great metropolis realm again, the two sighed. Whether it was sweeping through the weapon refining sect or becoming the 8th overlord, it was big news in the territory. The invincible palace that Di Tian had created had also become a new force in the territory. Its status was on the same level as the 8 great sects and the 7 overlord. The only difference was their strength. When the two arrived, the immortals of the great metropolis realm congratulated Di Tian. Some experts who lived in the great metropolis realm for a long time were also considering whether to join the invincible palace. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, for becoming the 8th overlord. This is a little gift from the Wind and Cloud Chamber of Commerce. Tian Yang gave a generous gift. They were all godhoods. There were 100 godhoods in total. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony and accepted it. Fellow Taoist Tian, thank you. Huang Chuan did not want to be left behind. He also gave a generous gift, also 100 godhoods. The two had done some research on Di Tian. He might not be interested in ordinary things, but he might like godhoods very much. This gift was indeed the right choice. You're too kind. With 200 godhoods in hand, Lin Fei was in a good mood. He really wanted to thank the 7 overlords for sending out the news. No matter what their motives were, at least he had obtained 200 godhoods. Lin Fei said it casually. Tian Yang and Huang Chuan did not dare to take it seriously. The two first exchanged greetings. Suddenly Tian Yang and Huang Chuan's eyes flashed with surprise. They noticed that Tion's strength had unknowingly reached the 2-star celestial god realm. Wasn't this a little too fast? Even a rocket would not be this fast. The two were even more glad that they had come as soon as possible. Otherwise, they would have underestimated Tion, and the two large chambers of commerce would have suffered greater losses. They were still counting on the resources that Tion had looted. Chapter 1767. Tianyang and Huang Chuan paid a visit to Tion. This was already treating Tion's invincible palace as an equal. Otherwise, they wouldn't have rushed to the great metropolis world and sent such a huge gift. Taking out 100 godhoods in one go was not something that just any faction could do. The two merchant associations were rich and overbearing. They didn't care about 100 godhoods. They had plenty of ways to get them. The two merchant associations felt that it was worth it to use godhoods to express their goodwill to Tion. That day, the two merchant associations gave Tion news about the weapon refining sect. The two didn't expect Tion to act immediately. Once the news spread, they were stimulated. He didn't drag his feet. He said he would wipe out the weapon refining sect. Such a person was not to be offended. Leaving Invincible Palace, both Tianyang and Huang Chuan were in a good mood. Tion made it clear that he would take out a portion of the resources and hand it over to the two merchant associations to auction. This was also their main goal. Looks like I really have to thank the 7 overlords for helping me stabilize my position as the 8th overlord. Otherwise, Tianyang and Huang Chuan, those two old foxes, might not have sent me such a huge gift. 200 godhoods were in his hands. The quality was very good. For the first time, Lin Fei felt that reputation was quite good. He could get many benefits. I wonder if the 7 overlords will send a gift as well? Lin Fei touched his chin and muttered to himself. No matter what the 7 overlords' motives were, Lin Fei understood his role in the territory. Now, what Lin Fei needed to do was to extract the God King shard. Inside the battle fortress, Lin Fei opened the system and used the 200 godhoods to level up. At the same time, he could extract the God King shard. 200 godhoods. The system kept sending him messages. Ding! Obtained a God King shard. Ding! Obtained a God King shard. Ding! Obtained a God King shard. Compared to the previous draws, these 200 godhoods had a higher chance. Lin Fei smiled. He wondered if he should buy a batch of godhoods from the two merchant associations for him to level up. There was no limit to the system's need for godhood, as long as it was godhood. If he could get a batch of divine deity from the two great chamber of commerce, it would undoubtedly reduce a lot of pressure. After the system was upgraded, it needed divine deity everywhere. 200 divine deity, plus some of the divine deity from before, could be said to be a drop in the bucket, far from meeting Lin Fei's needs. Ding! Congratulations to player for obtaining 100 Godhead fragments. Ding! Do you wish to summon a God King? Lin Fei's eyes lit up, and he threw the matter of the Godhead to the back of his mind. Even though he was very strong now, the Invincible Palace still lacked a true expert to hold the fort. With a God King expert, things would be completely different. Lin Fei was very excited now. I'll summon it right away. Lin Fei couldn't wait any longer. He couldn't wait for the system to immediately summon a godly king powerhouse. Ding! Player has summoned a God King. Summoning will begin now. Please wait a moment. On the status page, a large screen appeared. Many faces flashed across the screen. Some were fierce, some were gentle, and there were countless of them. After a full 10 breaths of time, the constantly moving image finally stopped on a certain face. Ding! Summoning successful. Obtained a 1-star God King. Learned a 2-star combat skill, Chaotic Splitting Wind Hammer Technique. Good at close combat. Skill can increase one's attack by 5 times. Lin Fei was very shocked. The God King that he had extracted seemed to have pretty good attribute. There was even an increase in attack. Although it was only 5 times, it was still pretty awesome. Lin Fei didn't have high expectations for a God King. Just the two words God King were awesome enough. It represented strength. Hua in the secret room, there was a flash of light. A burly bald man appeared in the secret room. A murderous aura rushed over, and the burly man knelt on the ground on one knee. Great Master, Ron is willing to follow Master for life. I will fight on the battlefield for Master. Kill, 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 kill. Once the four words kill came out, the secret room turned into a battlefield. Very strong. Lin Fei was full of praises. These 100 God King fragments were really worth it. From today onwards, you are my man. Lin Fei was very satisfied. Just the murderous aura released was terrifying, not to mention attacking. Okay, you can stand up now. Ron stood up and stood behind Lin Fei without saying a word. He seemed to have become a bodyguard. Lin Fei quickly discovered something else. The summoned God King expert was naked. Other than the clothes on his body, he didn't have anything else. System, do you have to be so stingy? No matter what, you have to prepare a set of God King equipment. Lin Fei cursed. This was forcing him to bleed. Helpless, Lin Fei could only take out low-grade God artifacts and low-grade battle clothes for Ron to change into. Master, it's too light. It's best to prepare a dozen more for me, especially low-grade God artifacts. My strength is too great. The weapons can't withstand my strength. Ron was expressionless. Okay. A dozen could still be taken out. I still lack God sparks. In old Ancestor Stone's lair, Lin Fei had obtained over 200 God sparks. Most of them were incomplete and he used them to level up. He didn't exchange for many God King fragments. Ding. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for summoning the first God King. Ding. Player Lin Fei can continue to draw fragments to summon heavenly God experts. Lin Fei blinked. I can still summon God King? The system had an answer this time. Ding. Due to the restrictions of the player's level, you can no longer summon God King. You can only summon heavenly God experts. Only when you advance to the God King realm can you summon God King experts. This poured a bucket of cold water on Lin Fei. Very soon. Lin Fei thought it through. I'm still not satisfied. I'll be satisfied with one God King expert. Anyway, I can summon heavenly God experts. With more heavenly God experts, I can suppress the God King, right? Lin Fei laughed at himself. He immediately opened the system and checked the heavenly God summoning. 100 heavenly God fragments? That's not a lot. Moreover, it's random. If I'm lucky, I can draw 9 stars heavenly God? That would be awesome. Lin Fei soon felt bitter. He didn't have a God spark. Not to mention 100 God sparks. He didn't even have a single God spark in his storage ring. He could only stare blankly for now. I need to find a place to get God sparks. Lin Fei felt that it was necessary to list this matter as the most important matter at the moment. It was more important than anything else. After Tian Yang and Huang Chuan paid a visit to Di Tian, the Grand Commander of the chaotic ancient country, the Dark Overlord, and a few other overlords also arranged for people to send gifts. Other than the Grand Commander and the Dark Overlord who sent 20 God sparks, the other overlords all sent ordinary gifts. Although they looked good, they were useless to Lin Fei. Lin Fei didn't expect them to give him God sparks the moment they arrived. Back then, 4 of the overlords wanted to sneak attack him. It would be strange if they gave him God sparks. Lin Fei shifted his focus to God spark. With God King experts around, there were some things that he could do. For example,